All right, good morning. I'll call the order the January 27th, 2026 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Capps.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
And Chair Nelson.
At this time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next order of business is approval of the minutes from the January 13th, 2026 regular meeting. Can I get a motion?
Hartman moves approval.
Second.
Okay, so motion from Hartman, second from Lee. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Aye.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Capps.
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman.
Aye.
And Chair Nelson.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
The next item of business is the CEO's report. Do we have a report today?
Good morning, Chair Nelson and board members. I have just two announcements, or actually one announcement, and we have another edition of our video series this morning. The first announcement is just recognizing our public health department. They recently were recognized by being awarded a 2025 Operational Site Visit Badge, which recognizes their commitment to high quality care, strong operations, and continued service to the community from the Federal Health Center program. So it's quite an achievement to reach full compliance and get that recognition. The second is I'm pleased to share another video in our 175th anniversary series, which highlights the history of Santa Barbara County. As you know, these videos air on Channel 20 throughout the week and are featured in our monthly county newsletter, on CSB TV, YouTube page, and across our social media channels in both English and Spanish. This latest video focuses on natural disasters that have impacted our county and is another good reminder to sign up for emergency alerts through the county at readysbc.org, which is on the screen. So let's take a look.
Welcome to Santa Barbara County, a place with immense natural beauty and rich history. Founded in 1850 as one of California's original counties. Join us as we acknowledge the 175th anniversary of the County of Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara County has always lived at the intersection of beauty and risk. Our landscape defines us, and it also shapes the disasters we face.
Santa Barbara County has experienced many natural disasters in its 175 years. In 1925, Santa Barbara County experienced an estimated 6.8 earthquake, which damaged or destroyed 600 buildings. Additionally, we have had, unfortunately, other significant impacts in our county. I think some of the ones that really sit with the community are some of our largest fires.
So what you see on this map here I'm pointing to is just how unique the microclimates of Santa Barbara County are governed in large part by the terrain. And you can see in the brown area here, that's the San Ynez Range. That really determines the microclimates when we talk about sundowner winds. These canyons, the dry downslope winds, is what brings such a dangerous conditions in terms of hotter temperatures, but also for the wildfire threat.
The fire officials worried about a big one, and the big one is happening right now.
From a historical standpoint for Santa Barbara County, in terms of wildfires, a few really come to mind. Starting with the legendary Painted Cave Fire in 1990. That's kind of like the benchmark for all major wildfires. And what made that such a unique fire is it was very fast moving that jumped the 101 freeway and really impacted very urbanized areas of the South Coast. As we come into more modern times, some notable fires would include the Tea Fire and the Jesucita Fire. The Jesucita being a May fire, that was 100-degree temperatures, so very hot. Whereas the Tea Fire occurred in November, so an example of a fall sundowner wind event. And then even closer in time was the Thomas Fire. When you have the fires, not only do you have that threat, but what happens with the burn scar after the fires? When you lose the vegetation, there's going to be greater runoff. It doesn't take as much rainfall or rain intensity, but every time there's a burn scar, those areas are going to be much more at risk for significant flooding and debris flow.
Santa Barbara County has historically been susceptible to debris flows, landslides, flooding. You go back to 1969, one of the most significant events prior to what we're more familiar with more recently, the 1/9 debris flow in Montecito, which took 23 of our community members' lives.
And it's not just rain and fire. The county faces other natural hazards that can cause major damage, including high surf, coastal flooding and erosion, wind events, and earthquakes. Every natural disaster leaves lessons behind. By understanding our hazards, we strengthen how we protect our community in the future.
Our hazard mitigation plan, as well as the county's climate vulnerability assessment, looks at what type of disasters we have risk at, and some of those disasters are increasing in their risk and probability. One of the reasons why we come together in the Emergency Operations Center is because we want to bring everyone together, sharing information, making sure we have a consistent message that supports the community, what they need to be doing to stay safe, and how to recover after that disaster. It is so important that community members consider registering for alerts at readysbc.org. Go to our website, check out our new evacuation zones map. Know where you are in the community, know multiple ways how you can get out of your community. And the last one that I think is so important, know who around you in your neighborhood might need help in that disaster, and make sure you're ready and able to help them if you can.
And once again, if we could thank Kelsey Butita, who put that together for us. And I also want to acknowledge the person you saw on there, and that's Kelly Hubbard. And thank you, Kelly, for all your work on that as well. That concludes my report.
Thank you, CEO Miyasato. All right, Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. We received a request from the department to withdraw administrative item number 17. Administrative item number 17 is from Fire. It is regarding a local cooperative fire protection agreement, number 26-FI11050700002, between the Santa Barbara County Fire Department and the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, Forest Service, Los Padres National Forest. This withdrawal request has been posted online and made available to both the board and the public. Additionally, please be advised that Chair Nelson has indicated he will be rearranging the order of today's departmental agenda. Departmental items will be heard in the following order. Departmental item number 1 regarding the extra help service and retirement waiver for the Sheriff's Office. Departmental item number 2, progress update on the One Climate Initiative. To be followed by departmental item number 5, ordinance streamlining and housing accommodation amendments. To be followed by our closed session. Next, we will have departmental item number 4, first quarter update on cannabis taxation, permitting, and licensing. And our final item of the day will be departmental item number 3, the conclusion of the enterprise pilot program. For those of you listening, we are just switching the order of departmental item number 3 and number 5. And lastly, for information on the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and instructions on how to provide public comment on items listed on today's agenda or during general public comment, please refer to page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240. If the board would please include the withdrawal of administrative item number 17 to the balance of the administrative agenda, that concludes my announcements for today.
All right. So we'll make sure we do that. The next item of the business is the administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items?
I'd like to pull A34, please.
All right. And do I have
A20.
A20? All right. And do we have any items being pulled by the public?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have item A20 pulled by a few members of our public. Yes.
All right. So I'll go ahead and take a motion to pass the balance of the administrative agenda with the withdrawal of item number 17 and items 20 and 34, which will be read separately.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Lavanino, second by Hartman. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Lavanino.
Aye.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Capps.
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman.
Aye.
And Chair Nelson.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. At this point, we'll now move on to our board resolutions. And the first one up is board administrative item number 1. Will you please read that in the record, Madam Clerk?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring the Santa Barbara County Animal Care Foundation, its board of directors, and its volunteers for their outstanding service and dedication to the community. And joining us in person today, we have Linda Greco from the Santa Barbara County Animal Foundation Board President, and a few of the board of directors as well. And if you can all make your way to the podium, and I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the Santa Barbara County Animal Care Foundation was established in 2002 to assist and benefit the animals of Santa Barbara County, and whereas since its founding, the Santa Barbara County Animal Care Foundation has demonstrated steadfast dedication by raising funds and implementing programs that benefit both animals and residents of the county. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Animal Care Foundation has been operated entirely by committed volunteers who generously contribute their time, expertise, and energy in service of animal welfare. And whereas through its efforts, the Santa Barbara County Animal Care Foundation has raised millions of dollars and positively impacted the lives of thousands of animals and people. And whereas Santa Barbara County is deeply grateful for the support of a nonprofit partner whose contributions have been essential to the success of one of the county's key programs, animal services. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors and the County of Santa Barbara does hereby honor and commend the Santa Barbara County Animal Care Foundation, its Board of Directors, and its volunteers for their outstanding service and dedication to the community. Passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, and friends. On behalf of the Santa Barbara County Animal Care Foundation, thank you for this tremendous honor. Being recognized by our County Board of Supervisors is deeply meaningful. To all of us who believe how a community treats its animals reflects the very best of who we are. We are truly grateful, not only for this recognition, but for your continued support of animal welfare across our county. Your leadership, advocacy, commitment makes it possible for life-saving work to happen every single day. We exist for one simple reason: to support the animals and the people who care for them. We work hand in hand with Santa Barbara County Animal Services to provide medical care, enrichment, emergency support, and second chances for animals who have nowhere else to turn. We choose to share this recognition with the dedicated animal services staff who show up day after day with compassion, professionalism, and heart. Animal welfare is not easy work. It is joyful, heartbreaking, exhausting, and inspiring, sometimes all in the same day. It requires patience, collaboration, resources, and above all, a belief that every life has value. The county has demonstrated that belief time and time again, and we thank you for that. What makes Santa Barbara County special is the way public service and community support come together. Our foundation is powered by donors, volunteers, rescue partners, veterinarians, and advocates. Quiet heroes who bottle feed kittens at 2 a.m., open their homes to frightened dogs, fund life-saving surgeries, and say yes when it would be easier to say not now. This recognition tells them their efforts matter. It tells them that the county sees, values, and stands beside them. To our Board of Supervisors, thank you for recognizing that animal care is not a side issue. It's a community issue. It touches public health, safety, education. Your support helps ensure animals are treated humanely, families are supported, and our shelter can continue towards a future where every adoptable animal finds a home. We want to acknowledge the partnership between the county and the foundation. Strong partnerships are built on trust, shared goals, and mutual respect, and we are proud of the relationship that we have. Together, we've increased life-saving outcomes, expanded programs, and strengthened the safety net for animals and people alike. This moment of recognition is not an ending. It is encouraging us to keep going. There's still work to be done, still animals waiting, still opportunities to do better and reach farther. And with partners like you, we are confident that we can. In closing, thank you for believing in our mission, for honoring this work, and for helping make Santa Barbara County a place where compassion is not just spoken, it is practiced. We accept this recognition with gratitude, humility, and renewed commitment to the animals, the community, and the values we all share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. Stay here one moment.
I just
Supervisor
wanted
Hartman.
to add my personal thanks for the wonderful event that you held this year and underscore millions of dollars that we wouldn't have otherwise. And what I think between the lines, tens of thousands of hours of volunteer effort. And so it lifts all of us up. And so thank you so much on behalf of the board.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, will you please read administrative item number 2 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution honoring Lorena Chavez upon her retirement from the County Health Department after over 29 years of faithful and dedicated service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Lorena Chavez. If you can please make your way to the podium. And anyone else you'd like to join with you, I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Lorena has dedicated 29 years of service to the residents of Santa Barbara County, serving in roles such as health service aide and medical assistant at the Santa Maria Healthcare Center since 2005. Throughout this tenure, Lorena has contributed to multiple departments, including obstetrics, gynecology, adult medicine, pediatrics, the homeless shelter clinic, and retinol screening services. Lorena has consistently sought opportunities to address challenges and implement solutions, thereby making a meaningful impact on patients' lives. And whereas at Santa Maria Healthcare Center, Lorena worked in multiple departments, which enabled her to deliver high-quality care. She also educated patients, parents, and caregivers to promote better outcomes. At the homeless shelter, she recognized the challenges of homelessness and ensured individuals receive compassionate care. And whereas Lorena trained and served as an electronic health records EPIC super user, assisting clinical teams in optimizing workflows and maintaining accurate documentation. During the COVID-19 pandemic, she contributed to large-scale vaccination clinics that serve both the community and patients. Additionally, she managed various assigned projects, trained new employees, and supported prospective medical assistant students. These experiences demonstrated her ability in initiative and strong commitment to fulfilling both organizational and patient needs. And whereas Lorena's role as a medical assistant has enabled her to apply her comprehensive training, she values contributing to a collaborative team environment, advocating for patients, and sharing insights with physicians, nurse supervisors, and other healthcare professionals. The support and trust of her colleagues have been integral to her effectiveness in this position. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby acknowledge a resolution recognizing Lorena Chavez for her 29 years of service and commitment to the health and well-being of the residents of Santa Barbara County. Passed and adopted today.
I just would like to thank the opportunity for the space. It means a lot for acknowledging me. I also want to thank County for allowing me to be a part of the community and help. It was a great honor. I would have enjoyed to do a little longer, but COVID had other plans for me. I just want to appreciate Ms. Dr. Preciado as well. She was one of my big mentors in helping our community in a lot of roles. Thank you so much for everyone.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for recognizing Lorena Chavez, medical assistant. Today, we honor the retirement of an extraordinary medical assistant. After 29 years of dedicated services to the County of Santa Barbara, Health, PCFH Division, Santa Maria Health Center. Throughout her career, she truly embodied the mission of County Health to improve the health of the community. Like many of our outstanding medical assistants across the health centers, she was an essential member of our care teams, but she stood out for her deep connections she built with patients and colleagues alike. As a longtime member of the Santa Maria community, she knew many of our patients personally. That familiarity, combined with her compassion and professionalism allowed her to engage patients in a way that made them feel respected, heard, and cared for. Patients often commented on her exceptional bedside manner and the trust she inspired. Every physician at Santa Maria Health Center wanted to work alongside her. I was lucky. She was the medical assistant that worked with me for over 8 years, and I could not have performed my work without Lorena. Where are you, Lorena? I just couldn't, and I depended on her so much, I can't even tell you. She was known for her attention to detail, her strong work ethic, her follow-through with patients after the visit, and her unwavering focus on patient-centered care. She made our teams better and our care stronger. Her legacy is one of service, excellence, and compassion for the community she served so faithfully. She will be deeply missed, and we are grateful for the lasting impact she leaves behind. Congratulations on a well-earned retirement, and thank you for 29 years of service.
Thank you, Dr. Preciado. And thank you, Lorena, for your service to our county. We'll now take up the administrative items in the order that they were pulled. I believe, Madam Clerk, will you please read item number 20 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 20 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the California Coastal Commission conditional certification of the local coastal program amendment for rezones for the 2023 through 2031 housing element update. And we have 3 requests to speak from the public on this item.
All right, we'll go to public first. Or Supervisor Lee, you pulled this. Did you want to speak before public, or?
I do. There's some questions I want to ask.
Okay.
Lisa, if she's.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have questions from Supervisor Lee, and then we'll go to the public.
Thank you. Let me know when you're ready.
Yes. Good morning.
Lisa, so the developer, will they pull their builder's remedy project on the Baylor site? I just want to confirm that.
So in our conversations with the Housing Authority and Red Tail, they have indicated once the site is rezoned, they will pull the builder's remedy application.
Got it. Just in case, if they don't, then what happens? Is there a scenario that?
I think it's really unlikely that they wouldn't pull it because there's a much longer process in front of them with a builder's remedy application than there would be under the rezone.
Got it. And are any of these rezones subject to CEQA?
So the rezones that are approved as part of the housing element were covered under the programmatic EIR. And so there'll be no additional CEQA done for projects that are built on these rezoned sites. They're exempt.
They're exempt. Got it. So can you explain this by right thing to me? Is a new term to me? Sounds like.
Certainly. So as part of the housing element update, the county was required to identify what our housing need was. And SBK gave us numbers through the state. And so in order to meet our RENA allocation, we were required to rezone properties. And when a jurisdiction rezones properties to meet its RENA allocation, the state has a law that says if developers follow a certain set of protocols, that being they develop the site at least 20 units per acre, there's a minimum of 16 units on the property, and they provide a minimum of 20% affordable, they are processed in a by right process, meaning that it's a ministerial approval. And so the rezone sites across the county all have that ability for a developer to process a by right application. But as I said, they have to meet those standards that are outlined in the state law.
So this is a state standard, not a county standard, correct?
It is a state standard and a state mandate. That's correct.
Got it. Just a follow-up. So are there any other discretionary review, SBAR, any PCs that has to go through?
So for multifamily housing, we have objective standards that were developed because there has to be a ministerial process all the way through. So we have the objective design standards that are on our website if the public's interested that set forth what kind of architectural style and guidance on landscaping. So that sort of serves the purpose of the design review that would happen at a Board of Architectural Review.
And would CARP Fire Summerland Department have a say in these housing projects?
They will. They will review all of them.
Got it. And just to follow up, are there any other parcels in the county that has by right, or all of them have it?
All the sites that were rezoned as part of the housing element, and we have sites in the North County, we have sites in, we have a site in San Ynez, we have sites in Goleta, they all have the by right status, provided a developer meets those standards.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Lee. Madam Clerk, let's go to the public.
We will now go to Zoom with Tristine Rayner, to be followed by Betty Jepson. And our final speaker is Carl Sonkin. And Carl, I do believe you have a video, and you just received an email from my office that we have not received that video yet. So if you can please send that to the email address that was sent to you, that would be greatly appreciated. We will now go to Tristine.
I am not ready, so could we go to Betty before me?
Absolutely. We will now go to Betty Jepson, to be followed by Tristine Rayner. Then we will go to Carl Sunken last. Betty?
Good morning. I'm speaking today against the bill.
Betty, we did hear you, and then you just went away. You still are unmuted on our end. Perhaps you got disconnected somehow?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Let me start again. I'm speaking again to...
Betty, are you stopping because you can hear the video? If you could just mute any other streaming on your end to provide your comments.
I'm speaking against the project at Baylord. The Baylord project was...
Betty, we seem to be having some technical issues. You're cutting out every couple words. Could you by chance switch your microphone?
I've stopped one of the can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
I think I've solved it. I have
Betty,
stopped one
can
of
you
the
start
videos. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, I'm speaking against the project at Baylord. The Baylord project should not be bundled with the two Van Wingerden parcels in Carpinteria. They are completely different.
Betty, if you could just ignore the video and please proceed with your comments, we could still hear you.
All right. The Van Wingerden parcels are completely differently situated than Baylord. The Van Wingerden parcels have the infrastructure necessary for development. Baylord does not. The City of Carpinteria has a file on its website that completely goes through why this project should be denied. The City of Carpinteria sent its city administrator and assistant to Sacramento to speak against this project for the California Coastal Commission. They submitted a 75-page report why this project should not go forward. There is a death trap for the one exit to all of the parcels, Casitas Village, Villa Del Mar, and the proposed development, and that is Baylord. The fire marshal is against this project. There is no available infrastructure. The developer was denied by the City of Carpinteria, therefore they went to the county. As of the city council meeting last night in Carpinteria, it is assumed that that parcel would be annexed back into the city of Carpinteria. Thus, the developer is trying to make an end run when it was initially denied by going to the county and then back to the city of Carpinteria. The city of Carpinteria does not have the infrastructure to support this development. There is a lack of exits for fire, the Thomas Fire being the main example. There is lack of parking, there is lack of community development. It should not be built. Please don't ignore all of the excellent work done by the city of Carpinteria analyzing why this project at Baylord should not be built and unbundle it from the Van Wingerden's parcels that can be built. Thank you.
We will now go to Tristine Rayner, to be followed by Carl Sunken, who is our final speaker on this item. And Carl, just another announcement, we have yet to receive your video, so if you are intending to play that, please send that video to the clerk of the board's email. Thank you. Tristine?
Hi. So I have read the exhibit A9CZO, and the wording of it is so broad and general that we who are residents who live nearby and are very concerned about emergency exits here wonder whether there will be any review allowed under this language. The language of use by right says, means that the county's review shall not require a conditional use permit, development plan, environmental review under California Environment Quality Act, or other discretionary review, or other discretionary review, or approval pursuant to Government Code section. Well, that's these last words. Other discretionary review shall not require other discretionary review sounds like it could be interpreted even to eliminate the fire marshal's review. Now, I would appreciate if somebody could point out what the limits are, because I don't find it in the language that the amendment that you are asked to approve of today. I would request that there be more time to make sure that we will not be exposed to dangers actually to our lives because of the problem of congestion that Carl's, if you could give him the exact place to send his film, can show you how serious this is. Thank you.
And we will now go to our final speaker, Carl Sunken. Carl?
Mute. Good morning, supervisors. If my video hasn't arrived at SBCOB, let me just say that what we're trying to show is that the parking in the Casitas Village, Villa Del Mar area is absolutely impossible. That there are, more than 500 homes here already, and people own 2 or 3 vehicles. There are often more than 3 or 4 people in each unit. And with only one exit at this point from the proposed project, it's going to be impossible if there was a repeat of the Thomas fire. People who live here, who've lived here for a long time, remember how difficult it was to get out of the projects during the Thomas fire, and that was well before any project went in at the Baylord farm. And I think what's really important here is, as Tristine pointed out, there's not going to be really a lot of oversight from the county, from the state, from other organizations over what gets built there. And I think that what we're talking about is really getting something back from the Coastal Commission with these baked-in restrictions. And I think that the supervisors may want to reconsider approving matters that don't allow the people of Santa Barbara County to have a say in what gets built there or how it gets built there. None of us are against affordable housing, but let's take a look at what the size of the project is what the size of the project was. I understand from Supervisor Lee's office that you really don't even have a potential project, but that this resolution, this A20, will pave the way for a very dangerous situation. I'm sorry that my video, which was pretty dramatic, by the way, I'm sorry that my video wasn't able to get to SB COB, but at the email address is a pretty large file. So, but thank you for hearing us, and I'd really appreciate it if you'd reconsider approving these resolutions from the Coastal Commission that don't really allow CEQA, other organizations to have a view of this project that will go in there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sonkin.
And that concludes public comment on administrative item number 20.
All right. Actually, I think we have Director Plowman up just to kind of answer one of the questions there about the concerns that exist about whether there would be potential review for fire and other things. My understanding is that life safety issues are something that we still are allowed to have input on, that we wouldn't be able to sign off on those if those were not addressed and mitigated. Could you speak to that for the comfort of those that were speaking today?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Supervisor Nelson and members of the board. We still have a review process at the county, and the projects are required to meet objective standards. And that includes fire protection standards. And if there is a public health and safety issue, then the county has the ability to require the developer to change something in their project or ultimately deny the project if it can't be resolved. So there's still a pretty robust review process for projects that fall into this category. It's just that we don't have a discretionary hearing on it that's appealable. But we do review all aspects of it and measure it against our code requirements.
Right. Thank you, Director Plowman. Supervisor Lee?
So during my time on the Carp City Council, I have always voted against these rezones because they conflicted with the needs of the city and the city's building standards. I get it. All right, I have an 18-story housing development right outside my neighborhood, so I understand the frustrations of the speakers. But we do need more housing. We need more affordable housing. These rezones are about affordability. Raising the percentage of units required to be affordable is important. Is this the best case scenario? No. Do I love this? I hate it. So I've been going back and forth on this, supporting whether or not, but it does set a new standard for affordable housing percentage in our county. And I hope we can get more developers to live up to these percentages, more than just 20%. This is above 30, which is great. A lot of us hope for this, and I want to respect all the hard work that our colleagues and our staff have done in this housing element. The state is forcing us to do this. I don't like it. My district hates it. But I believe we can work towards a better projects. So right now we're working with the city and the developers to address the worst aspects of these developments. So when the Van Regula's projects do come up, I'm hoping we can work with them to come to some common ground, make projects better. So if we don't do anything, then future Carpentarians won't have a home to live. That's not our goal. We should work towards creating more housing. But it should respect the character of the community, something that we're proud to say in CARP, and many of us who have worked decades to maintain that. So I want to see it happen. So I'm going to vote for this, but I'm worried, and hope these developers live up to their promises they make to our community. So I move to support staff recommendation.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Lee. Can I get a second on this?
I'll second.
Is there any additional comment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please give us a roll call?
Supervisor Lavanino.
Aye.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Capps.
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman.
Aye.
And Chair Nelson.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, that now brings us to our final administrative item, administrative item number 34.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 34 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to consider recommendations regarding a Santa Barbara County stand-down update.
All right, good morning. So you all we've passed out a few of these. These are little thank yous that we handed out to our volunteers this year. I'm going to give just a quick update on our 13th annual stand down, which was held October 25th at the Santa Maria Fair Park. Just some of the numbers we'll run through real quick. We serviced 427 total veterans. 69 had declared themselves homeless. Just to give you an idea, when we first started, that number was closer to 200 homeless veterans. There were over 130 services provided. Everything from healthcare checks, housing, employment, clothing, new boots and shoes, haircuts, showers, legal services, mental health counseling, dental care, pet resources. Started with a hot breakfast, and we had, of course, at Santa Maria, so we had a big-time barbecue to close it out. All the meat for over 600 meals was provided free of charge by the Santa Barbara County Cattlemen's Association and cooked to perfection by local Elks Lodge 1538 members. As each veteran entered the fair park, they were greeted by our American Legion Riders from Orchid Chapter 534. They were then paired with an active duty Vandenberg Space Force Base escort who ended up carrying their duffel bags and sharing stories throughout the day with their veteran. We had 576 volunteers manning stations across the ground, with 140 of those coming from the base. It was another great day. One of the highlights was provided by some students from Santa Maria High School. We historically open our ceremonies with a bugler. We've had the same bugler for all 13 years, David Rackley. He was unable to attend this year. He usually plays Reveille and closes with a retreat to the colors. And one of our volunteers, this is what happens at stand down, one of our volunteers found out that our bugler wasn't going to be able to make it, so they thought, hey, let's fill the void. And they took some students from Santa Maria High School band and figured out in a few weeks, I think we can learn how to play this, and they played beautifully on stand down. Stand down is all about giving our attention, our time, and our resources to our vets. And there are some county employees who have been with me on this since day one, and I would like to recognize them today. I also want to say that so many of our departments participate in stand down. Public health, mental health, social services, public defender's office. I'm going to leave some out, so just if you're a department, we appreciate you being there. I want to start with, first off, our stand down coordinator, Sandy Agalos. Stand down does not happen without Sandy. She's recognized now nationally as a go-to person, an expert on stand downs. We have other stand downs held throughout the country that are like, how do you guys get all this really cool stuff? And it's because Sandy knows how to go into the system, and I would say manipulate it, but I'm going to say work to get us the best stuff. She was recognized at this stand down by Congressman Salud Carbajal, who presented her with a certificate for all of her hard work. Frank Mejia from our social services department heads up all 130 service providers. He makes sure everybody knows exactly where they're going to be, at what time, at what table. He's the genius behind the one whole facility that heads up all of our service providers. Heather Gardner, also from social services, been there since day one, brings her entire family, her husband, her kids, and they all volunteer providing new shoes and boots for our veterans. So every year our committee gets together and we recognize those who went above and beyond that year. And so I'd like to hand out a few certificates today. And if you can just come up to the microphone when I call you out, and I'll come down and provide those for you. First is our business of the year was Mission Linen. And Raymond Barron is here from Mission Linen. Mission Linen has provided us towels for our haircuts and our shower areas for all 13 years. But what was really cool this year was we went into our storage unit where we have all these awesome coats that were donated to us brand new. And we had a leak in the storage facility. And so it was flooded. And so here we had all these brand new coats that we weren't able to give out. Somebody decided, hey, maybe we could call Mission Linen. They probably have something that could fix this. Showed up, picked up the coats, went and got them laundered, brought them back the next morning for stand down, and they looked like they were brand new. So really want to appreciate Raymond and his team. Then we have also Volunteer of the Year is Vince Lopez. Vince, many of you recognize Vince. His company has done amazing work for our county, especially digging out Guadalupe in the last flood. But the reason why, and by the way, Vince, Navy Corpsman himself, his son is a graduate of the United States Naval Academy and is studying to be an F-35 pilot for the United States Marine Corps. But Vince drops off a utility vehicle, drops it off, picks it up, works stand down. His wife works stand down for us. Vince has just been an amazing asset for us. From our business of the year, another business of the year was Starbucks. Hazel McGrady. She is also a graduate of the United States Air Force Academy. Starbucks, she's the Orchid store manager, and they donated 40 gallons of coffee this year. That's a lot of coffee, kept everybody awake. And finally, one of our own from Santa Barbara County Animal Services, Esme Medina. Esme has dedicated her life to working with animals. And it's such a critical service at Stand Down that many of these veterans, especially the homeless ones, they have a special bond with their pet, and they won't attend unless they're able to bring their friends. Esme has had, there's been some activity at Pet Zone that takes a strong individual. Some people bring some very large animals that might not be completely under control, but she's done amazing work. We provide everything from free food for the pets to microchipping, leashes, grooming, medical care, shots, all kinds of great stuff. So just this is the crew that steps up every year, and just really want to appreciate them, and I'll be handing out some certificates. And if they'd like to say anything. Yeah. And can I get my county employee crew up here too, so I can get a quick picture with them? Yes, Sandy.
Sandy.
Up here. This is the team that makes it happen. Anybody want to say anything?
As a veteran, I just want to thank Mr. Lavanino for all he's done for all these years for us veterans. Hopefully Stand Down keeps moving forward because it does help a lot of veterans out, and we appreciate you and everything that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Vince.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll touch on the future of Stand Down real quick because you brought that up. So kind of at a crossroads. We're not really sure what's going to happen next year. We still have a lot of supplies, and thanks to the community, we still have quite a bit of funding available. A lot of our core is either retiring or moving on or doing something else. And so, and we have seen there are so many different, Hope Village being one of them, Good Samaritan Shelter, the Veterans Collaborative. There's so many people now focusing on veteran homelessness that the numbers have really come down. And so it's kind of victim of its own success that, you know, the more that we provide services and we get people reconnected to the community, the less homeless veterans that we have to deal with. And so trying to figure out exactly what we're going to do next year. We're looking at possibly maybe doing something like we did during COVID with a drive-through event. But committee is still trying to figure out exactly where we're going to be going in the future. But the need is still there for so many veterans, whether or not they're homeless or not. It's just a good time for them to come together and share camaraderie. And we have veterans showing up that are 22 years old and 92 years old. So it's all over the map. Just to give you an idea, with 65 haircuts were given out this year. So people come there for some basic needs, you know, showers and haircuts and new clothes, and it's an amazing time. So I just want to thank everybody that's been associated with it, and hopefully we'll be back next year. We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. And thank you all, volunteers.
Chair Nelson.
Yes, please, Supervisor Capps.
I just wanted to weigh in and thank Supervisor Lavanino. I heard you on the radio yesterday speaking about this, and I can just commend you for the years and years of work and the impact that this stand down. I know it takes a village to do this, has had on people's lives. I attended long ago as a commissioner for women, but just your legacy lives on, and the fact that you spoke on the radio and today again about how this will continue makes me smile. I'm glad that it will, and I know how much it means to you and how much it means to our county. Thank you.
Thank you. And one of our favorite stories at Stand Down is about your mom.
Aww.
And I had put a volunteer at the front gate, and we really try to keep the political world. It's weird because this starts October 25th, which is also very close to election time. And it's always an important thing for anybody that's running for office. They want to show up at Stand Down. And so we really put a restriction. We said, there's no candidates to come in. At that time, Congresswoman Lois Capps was our representative, so she was more than welcome to attend. But I put a volunteer in charge of the gate, and I said, nobody gets in here. And then I got a crackle over the radio. It was like, yeah, this woman's trying to get in here, and she says she's a congresswoman. And I was like, that's Congresswoman Capps. Yeah, she's more than welcome to come in. So, but she had said at the time she was the congresswoman, and he came back with it. He was the coordinator for the front gate at the time. So at that point, he trumped her at the gate. But yeah, it didn't last long. So I appreciate all your kind words, Supervisor Capps, and especially your mom for being there as well too.
That's great. I'm surprised she didn't say give her nurse credentials. That's probably would have gotten her in.
Yeah, well, that way we could have put her to work right away.
Exactly.
Yeah, no doubt.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Again, thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. At this point, I think we need a motion for item 34.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you please do a roll call vote?
Supervisor Lavanito.
Aye.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Capps.
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman.
Aye.
And Chair Nelson.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. Now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. Before we go to the public, Madam Clerk, I believe that Supervisor Capps is asked to make public comment at this time.
Yes, Chair Nelson and members of the board, that is correct. We only have one request to speak from the public, and first we will go to Santa Barbara with Supervisor Capps.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I wanted to speak during this public comment. So I'd like to speak about the escalating federal immigration enforcement. And I wanted to start by saying that I heard the chair's comments and request to not unnecessarily wade into national issues, but what is happening with ICE is happening here. It's affecting the people we represent on a daily basis. ICE is here any given day, any given neighborhood, any given street, causing disruption, in some cases violence. Over 350 people are now gone, most without due process, leaving behind loved ones to suffer in trauma. But what I'm talking today is mostly about safety, and that's really our number one job here in the county. Safety for our immigrant community, but also for all of us too. Because when these raids happen, as we've seen, agents are masked with guns and innocent bystanders are outraged. It's alarming. They can't believe what they are seeing. So like Alex Pretty, they take out their phones. What's to stop a federal agent from turning on them, turning on us, turning on someone here in Santa Barbara County. When the big raid happened in Carpinteria and 200 people gathered to protest, ICE used smoke bombs and flashbangs on them. It got out of hand. We all know it could have been worse, way worse. Our local law enforcement has years of experience and training. They receive de-escalation training. They are members of our community. I'm proud to be their colleague. I support their courageous work. ICE has more than doubled their ranks in less than 1 year, from 10,000 agents to 22,000. They do not receive the kind of exceptional training that our local law enforcement receives. By some accounts, they're barely trained. Like tens of thousands of community members, I've attended so many protests recently, including such a beautiful vigil full of light last night at Stearns Wharf, in solidarity with the people of Minnesota. They've been entirely peaceful. I brought my son last night, not at all even given a thought to my own safety or his, because this is Santa Barbara, this is America. But late after I left, I thought, will that change? What would I have done if federal agents arrived? I don't know what to do. And yet it's been up to nonprofits to be leading the Know Your Rights efforts and trainings. Nonprofits to be leading de-escalation sessions with advocates and volunteers. The protests are peaceful because of the work of our community, volunteers. I'm grateful that our district attorney has spoken out to keep the peace and keep the temperature down. So has the Santa Barbara City Chief of Police. I've talked to our sheriff directly, and I'm publicly asking him now, how can he and his team be part of keeping our community safer against federal agents? What more can our sheriff's department be doing? It's an open-ended question, and I'm looking for any kind of constructive answer. But we do need an answer. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Nelson.
Thank you, Supervisor Capps. All right, Madam Clerk, I believe we have an additional speaker.
Yes, Chair Nelson and members of the board, that is correct. We have a request to speak from the public in Santa Barbara, and we are going to Jonathan Martin in Santa Barbara. Jonathan?
Good morning, Chair Nelson and honorable supervisors. Thank you, Supervisor Capps, for shedding light on the incident that happened in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's a terrible tragedy, exercising that First Amendment right. I come to you as a resident of Santa Barbara County and would like to propose an ordinance that would make places of worship, schools, and hospitals ICE-free zones. Similar cities and municipalities as Alameda County, San Francisco, San Jose, they've all passed ordinances that make ICE-free zones for all county properties. I think that's a very lofty goal, but I think we can start with schools, hospitals, and places of worship because we don't want to see kids being used as bargaining chips to make migrants come out of houses. We want to make sure that everybody's going to their health screenings, cancers aren't being caught too late, and we don't want to see our churches being raided by any immigration forces because it seems like they could do just whatever they want now. And there needs to be some type of action taken by the county to protect constituents and return dignity to these populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
Okay, with the conclusion of general public comment, we will now go to departmental agenda. Madam Clerk, will you please read departmental agenda number 1 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an extra help service and retirement waiver for the Sheriff's Office. And I do believe our presenter is in Santa Barbara.
Good morning. Chair of the board, or Chair Nelson, members of the board. My name is Susan Farley. I'm with the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office.
Ms. Farley, can you just hold on 1 second? I think we need to get your volume up a little bit here.
Yes, if CSB TV can hear me, if we can increase the volume for Santa Barbara, that would be greatly appreciated.
All right, Ms. Farley, let's see if we can continue.
So as I was saying, my name is Susan Farley. I'm the Communications Manager with the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Dispatch Center. I'm here requesting a retirement waiver for Jose Joe Ayala to return to our center in 90 days instead of the 180 days as extra help. Not because I'm short-staffed, I'm doing good there. What I need is his technical expertise at the moment. Joe spent 17 years as our project supervisor, specifically as a CAD administrator. He did the best job he could to take all the knowledge he had in his brain and transfer it to his replacement, but you can't move over 17 years of experience to a new person. Currently, we need to do what's known as a forklift upgrade for our CAD system. CAD is computer-aided dispatching. It's where all calls for service go in and recommend responders go out. We need to go from version 21.1.11.2 to 25. So if you're into computers, you know that's basically 4 years of upgrades that we have to immediately go up to. And we have to do it because the integrations of the systems no longer work together. Esri, which is a partner agency that does mapping, no longer works with our CAD system, so we have to upgrade to make sure our maps can be updated. When new neighborhoods go in, we can find them, things of that nature. I'm requesting Joe come back to assist his replacement. What Joe did traditionally is all the internal testing that ITD is not capable of doing because it's very specific to dispatch. And he did the coordinating between our system engineers and the vendors themselves. I know the biggest question is always funding. And I know that's a hot topic right now, especially at the sheriff's office. For the dispatch budget specifically, we've used 17.33% of our extra help budget. I have 3 existing extra help employees. 2 of those have retirement waivers that will expire this year. And 1 is someone who works on average 50 hours a year. I do not anticipate Joe using all the hours he's allotted, but even if he did, we would stay under our budget. I also intentionally did not fill 2 call taker positions because of the importance of getting these projects done.
Well, thank you, Ms. Farley, especially for the thorough presentation there. I'm the board member that often pulls these and asks some questions. I think retirement waivers are made specifically for circumstances like this. This is not something where somebody's trying to spike a retirement. This is where somebody that is a subject matter expert and is essential to be able to dive into his knowledge base for the organization to proceed as most effectively as possible. I also appreciate your sensitivity to the county budget. I think that's well received by myself and my colleagues. I'm supportive of this, and I would be happy to take a motion from a board member or hear any other comments.
I'll move approval.
Okay, but before, go ahead.
I'll second.
And before I go there, I better make sure with that. Madam Clerk, was there any public comment on this item?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we had no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, seeing no further comments on this, would you please give us a roll call?
Supervisor Lavanino.
Aye.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Capps.
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman.
Aye.
And Chair Nelson.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, moving along to item number 2. Madam Clerk, will you please read departmental item number 2 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a progress update on the One Climate Initiative 2030 Climate Action Plan and Energy Assurance Plan.
All right, Ms. Ramos.
Thank you, Chair Nelson, members of the board. Jesus Armas with the Community Services Department, joined by Garrett Wong, our Sustainability Division Manager. The County of Santa Barbara has a long history of focusing on matters related to climate. And indeed, in 2024, the board adopted the Climate Action Plan, which identifies a variety of objectives, targets, and goals to continue to make progress in our sustainability area. This morning, we'd like to update you on a variety of measures that have taken place and keep you abreast of what's taking, what we're focusing on and what remains to be done to achieve our goals that have previously been presented to you. So Garrett, if you would, please.
Good morning. Garrett Wong here, Sustainability Division Manager. Today, I will be providing you with a general update on our progress, broadly under what's called the One Climate Initiative, not just our 2030 Climate Action Plan. Last year, we marked the anniversary of the launch of our One Climate Initiative. This began in late 2019, marking the beginning of several long-range planning efforts, all touching on climate change in some respect. When I first came to the county in late 2019 and early 2020, my charge was to develop the 2030 Climate Action Plan. And seeing all the different climate-related policy making that was happening, we created the One Climate Initiative to provide an overview, singular platform for which all of these plans could live within and the means of which we can coordinate our efforts. So we have a central web page which helps folks to navigate the different plans. We created an Equity Advisory and Outreach Committee to advise the county as it's working through these various plans. We hold monthly meetings to coordinate across departments. We collaborate when it comes to outreach, particularly Spanish and Mixteco, partnering with the Santa Barbara County Promotoras Network. We also created an overarching vision statement for the One Climate Initiative to help align all of the planning efforts. And then we also created a internal tracking sheet that departments can use to track their implementation across all departments. So trying to streamline and simplify the work that our colleagues have to do. As you can see, we've accomplished a number of plans that have already been adopted or been completed, and there are a number of plans that are underway, and there are still new plans forthcoming. So the current plans that have been adopted are the 2030 Climate Action Plan and the Energy Assurance Plan. So last year in the spring, we began our progress reporting. We asked for updates on actions from all the different departments and divisions that have actions that have been assigned to them. So you can see here the progress bars indicating what actions are in progress. A few actions have been completed. There are some that are still in the planning stages, and there are quite a few that are still not yet started. Just as a reminder, the Climate Action Plan and both the Energy Assurance Plan were adopted in late 2024. I'm just going to speak to a few highlights from both plans. This isn't comprehensive, but just wanted to pull out a few notable highlights. So you heard from our General Services Department last meeting highlighting the projects to manage our energy portfolio, but also to expand our electric vehicle charging network. General Services has a significant grant to expand charging stations, not only for fleet vehicles, but also for public use as well. Our Planning and Development Department has streamlined permitting for solar projects, so that helps to accelerate the expansion of solar energy for residential and commercial properties. And Public Works has been managing the SB 1383, or composting legislation, which also requires procurement of certain renewable and compostable materials, which happens through the Resource Center at Tejico's landfill. Some highlights from the Energy Assurance Plan. Sorry, that's mislabeled. The Energy Assurance Plan focuses on achieving reliable, resilient energy systems across the county at different scales. Again, General Services has been focusing a lot on expanding management systems, energy management systems at some of our largest facilities to ensure that we can manage and better optimize energy use and make sure that we're harmonized as much as possible with the utility grid constraints. We have procured mobile trailers, which can be self-sustained with their own power systems, solar, battery systems, as well as one that is powered through hydrogen. And those can be used during emergencies and deployed out in the field and serve as workstations if necessary. Again, you also heard from General Services at a prior meeting regarding the recent progress made starting from last year in approving new solar projects through power purchase agreements, significantly expanding the amount of renewable energy that the county is generating for its own needs. This update coincides with another update that we're providing. This is for what's called the greenhouse gas inventory. So the greenhouse gas inventory is a one-year snapshot of all of the residential and commercial activity in the county, and then we calculate what are the carbon emissions associated with all of that activity. So we did an inventory for the year 2018, which serves as the baseline year for our climate action plan, and we did an inventory for the year 2023. Conducting inventories is quite a laborious and data-intensive process, so that's why we only do them every so often. But they do help us understand what the trends are across the community and understand where we need to better focus our efforts. So some things to note in terms of trends across the years and across the sectors, I'll point out. Natural gas use has declined significantly, particularly in non-residential, by almost 30% between those 2 years. Electricity generation, even though we joined 3CE, Central Coast Community Energy, we have seen emissions increase in the short term, but 3CE plans on expanding renewable energy projects, which should help continue to lower the emissions associated with electricity generation. So we're no longer procuring renewable energy credits, which doesn't materially reduce emissions in the long run, but we're hoping that over time that those renewable energy projects will continue to drive down emissions by 2030. We saw a decrease in on-road transportation. So passenger vehicle driving increased, but commercial driving decreased. We saw electric vehicles increasing in terms of the share that they occupy for total vehicles, but it still remains a small percentage, but it's growing. A significant change happened between 2023 and 2018, where the county reduced its reliance on imported water that would typically come from the State Water Project, which is very energy and carbon intensive. And so that significantly reduced emissions associated with water consumption. So all in all, we see that our emissions between those 5 years has increased slightly by 1%. It is still at a downward trend from previous years, but currently we're not at a reduction rate that would be sufficient to meet our 50% goal by 2030. We're also providing with you an update on oil production and emissions associated with oil production, because that has been discussed at prior climate action plan meetings. And so you can see here between 2018 and 2023 again that there has been a decline both in the production volume as well as emissions, reported emissions I should note, associated with oil production in the county. There have been a lot of changes and a lot of new impacts that we've seen at all levels of government, federal, state, and regional, that affected a local government's ability to do climate action. The federal government has pulled back many grant programs. They have discontinued incentives, and we are going to see tax credits expiring for projects that would be incentivizing renewable energy, energy storage, electric vehicles, even energy efficient homes. So those are no longer available through federal programs. The state of California has also pulled back its advanced clean fleet rule, particularly for commercial private fleets, given that a waiver was necessary from the federal EPA. And so that request was no longer put forth, and so that advanced clean fleet rule is now only applying to government fleets. But it's a significant impact given that a lot of emission reductions at the local level need to be driven by state policy. Another significant change at the state level was the state legislature adopted essentially a moratorium that put on hold any updates to the building code for residential buildings. So for the next 6 years, the building code and the energy code will be effectively the same. This means that even the State Building Standards Commission or the State Energy Commission are unable to make changes. So what we have when it comes to housing policy is what we're left with. Thankfully, though, there was a new code update that was adopted earlier than this moratorium and is now in effect as of January 1. So given these changes, we are looking at different ways of pivoting and leveraging the resources that we have, looking more internally, looking at state grant funding and collaborating locally, trying to find business models to help sustain our work so that way there's not this boom and bust cycle of implementation. But we just wanted to give you an update again on the progress since we've adopted the plan. It's been more than a year since adoption, and we're planning on coming back with more regular updates and hopefully bringing better news in future years. But happy to take questions and discussion after this. Thank you.
All right, any questions before we go to public comment? Not seeing questions from the board at this moment. We'll go ahead and go to, Director Armas.
Thank you, Chair Nelson. I just wanted to give us a in-the-ground example of how the change in federal policy has impacted us. You'll recall that when General Services came forward to you initially with power purchase agreements, one of the sites intended to be covered in those efforts was Lake Cachuma. Because of the change in the federal administration, it has prohibited any projects of that sort on federal lands, like Cachuma being under the Bureau of Land Management, effectively meant that we could not pursue that project. So we have not come forward with any solar project or power purchase agreement on Lake Cachuma for that reason.
All right, again, thank you, Director Armas. Supervisor Capps, please.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for presenting. I know it's a complex scenario that we have to deal with. Given our initial emergency response video at the beginning, I just wanted to ask about the county microgrid portion and how much. Sorry, let me just track where as we add 4.2 megawatts of solar to these facilities. How much of our core operations would we be able to continue to function during an outage, during some sort of disaster type situation? Do you have that information?
I don't have that specific information. I know not all the projects do not have batteries associated with them. So that question would have to be directed towards General Services.
Okay. And then I know a question comes up a lot, and so I think it bears repeating of just about our charging ports. I know we're adding to them all the time, and that's great. The demand for electric vehicles is on the rise. The market forces are at play. People are choosing them all the time, even on this board. So what about the distribution amongst county parking lots? How can you just speak to that plan a little bit more?
Sure. So we regularly coordinate with General Services when it comes to planning for infrastructure for both charging for fleets as well as charging made available for public use. Currently, we just mentioned the Advanced Clean Fleet Rule, so the county government is subject to ensuring that a certain percentage of fleet vehicles are zero emission, and so primarily we're going for electric vehicles. Thankfully, we have a grant that is allowing us to expand the network of charging stations, and so General Services is prioritizing those locations that are serving county fleet needs, and where there are public parking available, and we're able to co-locate a charging station that could be made available to someone in the public, we're affording a few charging stations for that use. Our department, the Community Services Department, is focused on exclusively public-facing charging stations, and so we are looking opportunistically at a variety of different locations, and we tend to look at a different matrix of what county facilities are available, where's the greatest need, and if there aren't any parking lots that are available to be utilized, then we look at other opportunities like on-street parking for charging opportunities.
Chair Capps, through the chair, I'll also mention that at your next board meeting, we will be bringing forward to you a grant that our division has been successfully secured in partnership with UC Davis, where we're going to look at opportunities for micro metering charging stations to, again, make it even more available to a larger segment of the population.
Oh, great. Can you just define that, though? What do you mean by micrometering?
Apologies, the term is sub-metering.
I can wait till next hearing if you want, but go ahead.
Well, that's only going to be an A item, I believe. So
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. So when we look at our utility bills, we only get to see essentially one number, and that is how much energy we've used for the whole month, and then what's the highest amount that we use at any one time. And so we don't get a lot of information when it comes to what's behind that usage, what's behind that utilization. And when you start plugging more things in, it becomes more complicated. And when you add electric vehicle charging, it becomes even more complicated because you're adding a whole new load to your building. General Services manages all of our buildings, and a lot of the buildings also have electric vehicle charging tied into the same utility meter. So there's not a lot of insight that we're able to pull when it comes to how much energy is going to a building's use, how much energy is going to electric vehicle charging. And then to make it more complicated, there are often multiple tenants associated or multiple users associated with either use. So multiple departments occupying one building, paying their own distinct utility bills to General Services. There are multiple fleet users and then users of the public who are using charging stations. And so General Services has the difficult task of trying to understand and disaggregate that information so that way they can appropriately bill the proper amount to each client or customer, basically. The other complicating factor is the need to optimize electric vehicle charging, not only to make sure that we're offering as much charging throughout the day as possible, but that we're getting the right charging at the right time of the day. When the sun is out, it's a great time to charge. Electricity is a lot cheaper. When the sun is going down, it becomes more expensive and it becomes more carbon intensive. So we can modify our utility rates to incentivize the right kind of charging. But in order to do so, we need to know more about all the utilization that's happening, and sub-metering helps us to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you, Supervisor Capps. Mr. Wong. Supervisor Lavanino.
Not a question, just are we in deliberation or are we done?
No, we saw public comment.
Oh, we got public comment. All right, cool.
So, Madam Clerk, we have one member of this public looking to speak.
Yes, Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have one request to speak on this item, and we are going to Zoom with Michael Chiakas. Michael?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Michael Chiakos, representing Community Environmental Council, and we strongly support the county's climate action plan and the strong work that staff is making on climate and sustainability goals. And we realize the headline number of a 1% increase in emissions seems disappointing, but we wanted to discuss some of the nuances and delays in the data that would show more progress if updated data was available. To start, we really applaud the progress made in the transportation and natural gas sectors. You saw from the report that a 7% decrease in on-road transportation emissions. This is the largest sector with almost half of total emissions. And a 14% decrease in natural gas, the second largest sector, is substantial. However, we've had an almost doubling of electricity, which is the third largest sector. And these three sectors altogether are about 87% of our total emissions. So we need to understand why electricity GHGs have doubled and thrown off this whole inventory. When the county voted to move forward with joining 3CE, they were providing 100% carbon-free electricity, but from existing large hydro and renewable energy credits. And they believed that this wasn't the strongest strategy for reducing GHGs. They developed a policy which CEC supported to secure long-term power purchase agreements for new renewables targeting 60% by 2025 and 100% by 2030. There was acknowledgement that this would lead to emissions increase in the near term, but the approach would lead to real long-lasting emission reductions in the long term. And if you look at the 3CE's 2023 power content label, you'll see they're only at 30% renewables that year, and a huge amount of unspecified fossil-free power because of the pandemic causing delays in their new renewable projects that were scheduled to come online. Their greenhouse gas emissions intensity for electricity was 725 pounds carbon per megawatt hour, which was almost double the California average. But the very next year, they were getting back on track, 56% renewables and half the electricity emissions of 2023. So, and they're stated that they're on track to achieve their 60% by 2025 and 100% by 2030 goals. So if they are able to get to 100% renewables by 2030, total countywide emissions would be about 70% lower. And we'll see compounding significant reductions in the transportation and natural gas sectors as more vehicle electrification takes off, as we're getting in more all-electric new homes and apartments and retrofitting. And it's also important to note that the county's climate action plan was adopted in 2024, which is before this 2023 data. So we really encourage the county to continue implementing the climate action plan and also encourage Supervisor Hartman to advocate with 3CE staff and other policy board members to make sure 3CE stays on track to reach 100% renewables by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chiakos.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
All right, now back to the board. Supervisor Lavanito.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate staff's presentation and Mr. Chiakos. I read the article, his letter. And I mean, I've supported all the things that we've done here on the Board of Supervisors. I think, I remember back to when we first passed this and we spent, I think the interesting thing, I think the takeaway for some of us should be that, you know, we spent hours deciding whether it should be 20% below 2018 by 2030, or it should be 30%. And everybody high-fived when we passed, we're going to be 50% lower. I hope in the future we look at that and say, okay, whatever the goal is, let's not concentrate. It's great to set lofty goals, and I remember all the press was all excited. We were, you know, going to be 50% lower. The reality is, there's kind of a futility of trying to mandate people's outside of who works for us and what we do, people's actions. Americans are addicted to convenience. That's what we do. So I rented a electric vehicle in Phoenix, and the car was great. Everything was great. Apparently, Phoenix has not bought into the whole electric vehicle craze, so there was no charging available, and I found myself sitting at 11 o'clock at night for an hour and a half trying to get a charge. So I appreciate everything we're doing. I just think, though, there is a little bit of futility here. If people like to talk about a climate crisis and they like to talk about how they're going to help, move the needle, the reality is we're not doing it. And I remember Supervisor Williams telling us that, you know, if we don't see a dramatic move to electric vehicles, we're never going to make our 50% number. I think even if we saw that dramatic move now, Even in the CEC's own letter, it says that, even if we're able to achieve, if 3CE is able to achieve 100% renewables by 2030 and everything else stayed stagnant, we'd only be 17% lower. That's a huge, lofty goal at this point, seeing as how over the last 8 years we've managed to increase it by 1%. So I'm here for making our buildings, more efficient and changing our vehicles over to electric vehicles and implementing all the things that we're doing as far as trying to build the infrastructure out. I think those are great things that we're doing and lofty goals, but just a little warning for us next time that when we're trying to come up with goals that we're trying to influence other people's behavior, we don't really have a lot of say about that. People are going to do what they're going to do. So this isn't surprising to me. I wish it was better news, but I think we keep grinding away at the wheel.
Supervisor Hartman.
Let me start by saying I really appreciate the really unanimous board support here for moving towards renewable. And I think the cost, the GHG reductions is what has really motivated some of us on the board. But I think the issues of resilience and cost savings have also been important. So it's a triple benefit. It's been a very difficult. I do serve on the 3CE board along with CEO Mona Miyasato, who works on the operations board. And what I've learned in that process is even in California, how much of energy costs are not supply and demand, but related to a regulatory structure that is dealing with assuring that there's enough energy at the right times in the right places. And that leads to things like resource adequacy and power charge adjustments. And these things really add a lot to our bills, along with the crises that we've seen in hardening the transmission and then the disasters that we end up paying for. So over the long run, I think we must stay on this path because it's cheaper and it's healthier and it's better for us. But there's some bumps along the way, and it makes it very difficult, particularly at the federal level when we're whipsawed and we make certain assumptions, but then the rug gets pulled out from under us. And so I think most people who are looking at this are looking at China and how it's filling the void. And now with the issues between the U.S. and Canada, Canada is buying vehicles and setting up agreements with China to bring in cheap EVs. So the U.S. is going to be a real outlier, and we're going to pay the cost down the road. But California and Santa Barbara County, I think, are staying the course and doing the very best we can. And I think in doing so, we create a model for elsewhere. So again, there's some ups and downs, but I think we have to hold steady and adjust the best we can to a very dynamic external environment.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Capps, do you have any additional
Yeah, thank you.
comments before?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the comments of both my colleagues who just spoke, and to echo what Supervisor Lavanino said of just keep grinding away, because it is a grind. And that's what this update shows us. If we hadn't been doing all this work, where would we be now? And it is daunting, and it is a grind. And we have so many people committed to a more optimistic future. And it is a very optimistic goal. I hear you on setting those kind of goals. But I also know the reality in working in the nonprofit space, working in the advocacy space. Putting goals on paper helps you get grants and helps keep everybody moving towards the same goal. And I know that this type of plan that we have has helped us get a lot of money, a lot of grants. And so I'm glad that we have such a solid plan. Thank you for the team for working on it. Thank you to CEC for weighing in today to help us stay the course. And that's what we have to do. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Capps. Supervisor Lee?
I just want to say thank you to Chair Nelson for doing his part in getting an electric vehicle. Right? So thank you.
Yeah.
I think 4 of us.
Yeah.
Yes,
Actually, it's Mrs. Nelson that's driving the Tesla. Let's be clear there. But we enjoy it quite a bit.
But I see Supervisor Lavanino a lot in the county cars, which are
I am in the hybrid,
Yep.
and if you can make so my wife is in the market for a SUV that gets excellent gas mileage that is super cheap. So that's what we're looking for.
Super cheap. We're not sure it can help
that I
you
can
there.
afford. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Well, I did want to say a few things before we head out on this item. And my understanding, just to make sure I'm clear, Mr. Armas, this is just a receive and file, right? That's okay. So we're not taking any other action at this point. Correct. This is just a check-in for the board. But Supervisor Capps mentioned, the grants that we're able to drive into this programs, and that's some of the work we've done here too. But we're also spending general fund dollars as well. I just want to make sure that's part of the discussion as we go into budget session and we start to look at all the things that we do in our county that are different than other places. How much, between this and maybe what we're doing 3C REN, how much money are we doing annually from the general fund for these programs?
One of the important messages that you and your colleagues have conveyed to us is to look at opportunities where we might be able to leverage general fund investment to garner additional funds. And in the context of the sustainability division, it receives about $450,000 to $500,000 annually in general fund support. However, that then is leveraged into approximately $1.5 million in C3 REN funds that come through the California Public Utilities Commission. So a pretty substantial leverage that then materializes in the residents' homes by improvements to their various systems that in turn lower their utility charges. So we're making quite a bit of progress in leveraging the county's investment for greater community benefits.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Armas, for that. And then, there's one other point that I just thought was interesting was that, the state of California has frozen our building code over the next few years. And I think that that's a tacit admission that our building code, and frankly, makes it more expensive to build housing and is a deterrent out there. And so, as much as we want to add, changes, it comes at a cost. And so we're, as much as we want to do things that might benefit the environment, we are making housing much more expensive in the state than anywhere else in the nation. And that freeze that's happening is an acknowledgement of that, and hopefully a trend where we can take a look at that and see, yes, we might be saving future residents utility costs, but at the end of the day, can't get those structures up and going, we don't even have that opportunity to save those costs in the future. So just something that I, noticed and wanted to point out. Supervisor Hartman?
Well, I would add that a lot of it has to do with fire. And we saw what happened in Altadena and Southern California because those were homes that weren't up to code, current day code. We live in a time with a lot of threats externally, and so the building code is what we learn each time. So I think it's really important that we try to keep people as safe as we can, and that's what the building code is primarily designed to do.
Yeah, I would think that was a lot more to do with managing vegetation in those areas as much as it was about the building code. And I think it's even the building code, as you see, we're freezing it. We're not making the building code more strict in those ways. So, it's a different perspective, and I understand that. Not that that is where that's debate is today. With those comments, and the board will take a motion on this item.
Supervisor Nelson, I move with staff recommendation to receive and file this report.
Hartman seconds.
A motion Capps and Hartman second. Their roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
And Chair Nelson?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Do we need to take a couple-minute break just before we head on to the next item? So let's go and take a 5-minute break here for our interpreter, and we'll be back here at 10:45 to hear our next item. All right, welcome back. As noted earlier this morning, we're going to move to item 5 here. For those who are watching or here in public, we're going from item 3 and 5 are switched today. So 5 will be heard right now, and then those that are interested in item 3 will be able to participate in that after our closed session break after lunch. Madam Clerk, will you please read item 5 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding ordinance streamlining and housing accommodation amendments.
All right, Director Plowman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Today we have the second hearing on an ordinance package that is before the Board of Supervisors. And I wanted to just provide a little bit of background about this package. It was about 3 to 4 years ago that the department worked with the board to come up with a program to work on streamlining our permit process and make changes to our ordinances to simplify the processes for people. So the department went about that effort, and we developed for that. The department and the board completed the first phase of that, which was looking at our lighting and signs regulations and creating greater conformity across the county so that it was clear what the requirements were and trying to simplify those requirements where possible. This package, which aims to streamline our permit process for specific things, downshift decisions where it makes sense, and then also modernize our residential and commercial zones to accommodate the housing that's identified in the housing element. That's phase 2 of this effort. Following this effort, we have a phase 3 in the pipeline, and we've already started working on it with our consultant, Martha Miller, who's with us today. And that is creating a greater number of ministerial permits, so that means it's easier for somebody to do an addition to their commercial building, a small one, or a small addition to a residential unit, or a small home even. Making those truly ministerial would simplify the process and make it less expensive and time-consuming for residents. That'll be something that will be brought before the board. We'll be doing a briefing on it to make sure we're moving in the right direction on it, and then we expect to be here by the end of the year with an adoption package. With that, I'm going to turn it over we have
additional refinements to the proposed ordinance amendments in response to kind of the comments and the feedback we received at the December 16th hearing, which really centered around, ensuring the appropriate mix of residential and commercial uses in the commercial zones, retaining that commercial nature of those zones, having the appropriate amount of landscaping and open space provided with multi-unit development, and also looking at further ways to streamline the process and get to a decision more quickly. So I'll summarize each one of those in these slides. So first, in the interest in providing flexibility for a variety of projects and processing situations, the amendments originally as drafted said that variances shall be processed concurrently with associated permits, and we're recommending that that be modified to be that they may be processed concurrently with associated permits. Again, to provide that flexibility and recognize that different situations may warrant kind of a different processing. Another proposed amendment is to have decisions of the zoning administrator be appealable directly to the Board of Supervisors, rather than having that appeal go first to the Planning Commission and then to the Board of Supervisors. So streamlining the process, eliminating that two-step process. And then substantial conformity determinations. These are where there's a change or revision to the project is found within substantial conformity with that original approval. And there's a set of guidelines that staff goes through in order to make this determination. One of those guidelines relates to change in square footage. And to ensure, in the interest of ensuring that square footage allowance or limitation is appropriate for the range of projects from small to large that may come through, there's a proposed revision to continue to allow for that 10% square footage increase, but established a minimum allowance of 500 square feet and a maximum allowance of 5,000 square feet. So kind of bookending so that small projects aren't too limited and large projects that allowance isn't too generous. Regarding the housing element related amendments, so one change with the original amendments is really a revised approach to how open space is required and calculated in multifamily development. So in the interest of ensuring that there's an appropriate amount of open space provided, that the common open space provided is usable and functionable, and that landscaping and aesthetic concerns are addressed. Proposed revisions are to increase the amount of required open space in areas where allowed density is less than 20 units per acre. We're increasing the amount of required open space from 200 square feet per unit to 300 square feet per unit. And in the higher density zones, so zones that allow 20 units per acre or more, increasing the requirement from 60 feet to 150 square feet per unit. At least one of the common open spaces must be sized a minimum of 50 feet by 50 feet to ensure that usability. Also, that dimension cannot be bisected by walkways. So if it's kind of split by a walkway, those are considered two separate areas and need to meet the minimum dimensions each on their own. Additionally, there's a new requirement proposed that all areas of the site not used, not intended for a specific use must be landscaped, and a minimum of 15% of the site must be in landscaping. In commercial zones, in order to ensure that ongoing commercial nature of the zones and viable commercial space, the revisions proposed are to reduce the maximum allowed residential density in the C1 zone, the CN, and the CMLA zones. The proposed allowance is to decrease from 20 units per acre to 10 units per acre. Those are the smaller scale commercial zones, so limited commercial, neighborhood commercial, commercial mixed use, Los Alamos. And then in the C2 zone, which is more the community commercial zone, decreasing the allowed density from what was proposed at 30 units per acre, now proposed to be 20 units per acre. Additionally, in the C1 and CN zones, including an additional standard to require a minimum depth of commercial space to ensure that the commercial space is viable and can be used. The other zones do have some additional minimum commercial square footage requirements already proposed in that amendment package. So that's a summary of the revisions.
Great. Thank you, Martha, for that summary. We have a few more slides, kind of business of adoption of this, but then we'll have time for questions or comments afterward. These ordinance amendments, minus the revisions that were just discussed, were reviewed by both the Montecito Planning Commission and the County Planning Commission. They had some recommendations on them. The Montecito Planning Commission had 4 recommendations, which were to remove a proposed provision for accessory structures of less than 500 square feet that are located behind another structure or in the back half of a property be exempted from design review. So their recommendation was that all structures should be required to receive design review regardless of size and location if they require design review. The next one was to allow appeals by applicants of time extensions that are denied by the director. We're changing time extensions a little bit in the ordinance amendments from how they currently work, and this was their recommendation that if the director decides to deny one, that should be appealable. The next recommendation was to allow for an additional time extension to be approved by the Planning Commission in addition to the time extension we're proposing to be approved by the director, which would be for 2 years. So they were recommending that there be an additional time extension by the Planning Commission that the Planning Commission would set the time frame on. And finally, to increase the proposed allowance for director review and approval of development plans from up to 1,000 square feet to up to 2,000 square feet. So again, those were the recommendations that the Montecito Planning Commission made. Those then were heard by the County Planning Commission, and the County Planning Commission did not have the same recommendations. Their only recommendation was to modify a provision in the coastal zoning ordinance, basically to come in line with the land use and development code. This was something that was not, was basically missed in presenting to them that should have been consistent across them. It was just a minor mistake missed in the coastal zoning ordinance that they recommended that be fixed. The version you saw did include that fix in it. Your board has the option of choosing to include these recommendations or not. Staff's recommendation is that whatever you decide to do consistently across the 3 zoning ordinances, but it is up to your board if you wish to do them differently for different areas. For environmental review of these ordinance amendments, the Land Use and Development Code and Montecito Land Use and Development Code amendments can be found exempt from CEQA pursuant to guideline sections 15061B3 for the ordinance streamlining sections, that's the common sense exemption, and then 15168C for the housing related amendments, which is reliance on the housing element PEIR. For the coastal zoning ordinance amendments, it can be found exempt pursuant to the same 2 sections, and then section 15265, which is related to preparing a local coastal program. Finally, our recommended actions for your board this morning are to make the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings, which were attachment A to the board agenda letter that you received in December. Determine that the ordinance amendments are exempt from CEQA. Approve the ordinance streamlining and housing accommodation ordinance amendments by adopting those ordinance amendments to the LUDC, CZO, and MLUDC as amended in this hearing, however you choose to amend them. Adopt a resolution authorizing planning and development to submit the coastal amendments to the California Coastal Commission, and then direct planning and development to transmit the adopted resolution to the Coastal Commission. And then we're available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Singer. So I want to make sure I understand what we're doing with the Planning Commission recommendations here. So Montecito Planning Commission has a set of recommendations, and you guys have those prepared if they were to be incorporated today?
Chair Nelson, we have some of them prepared. The most complicated of them being the time extension to the Planning Commission. That is not language that we prepared in advance of this hearing, primarily because the County Planning Commission did not have the same recommendation, so we did not prepare it in advance due to that reason.
Okay, so because the County Planning Commission did not concur with Montecito, you were not bringing those forward necessarily today.
Correct.
As far as your recommendation or staff recommendation to us is, hey, if you want to do Montecito, make it across the entire county. Is that what you were saying, that you want a conformity among all 3? I don't know if I agree with that, but I want to hear what you guys.
Mr. Chair, board members, that is staff's recommendation that just for better functionality of the ordinance and understanding by the public and applicants and county staff, having a consistent set of standards across the board is preferable. Doesn't have to be that way. So currently we have 3 different zoning ordinances, and there are, as much as we attempt to be consistent across the 3 codes, there are some unique differences, including Montecito being somewhat different than the rest of the inland area of the county. So while it's not necessary to have them all uniform and in alignment, it does make it easier to work with on all of them.
It's preferable by staff, is what you're saying. Okay, understood. I just want to make sure where we were landing on that.
Now, I just wanted to clarify sort of why we ended up, or kind of how we ended up here with differing recommendations and their roles, if it is helpful. So Montecito Planning Commission for the Montecito Land Use and Development Code makes recommendations straight to your board. For the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, the portion that covers Montecito, they make a recommendation to the County Planning Commission, who then makes a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. So in this instance, the Montecito Planning Commission had made a series of recommendations. The County Planning Commission disagreed with those recommendations and so did not carry forward those recommendations. But you now do have a situation where You can choose to accept the recommendations of the Montecito Planning Commission, fold those into the Montecito Land Use and Development Code. For the inland area, you could ignore them and support what the County Planning Commission had chosen to do, or you could do some form of a hybrid of that. So
great.
It can be an a la carte
That's clear as mud. That's perfect.
menu. So
yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. All right. So questions from the board before we go to public. Supervisor Hartman, and then Supervisor Lavanino.
So I'm looking at Eva Turnchak's letter about commercial, and I wonder what you would respond, because it seems to make sense on its face.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. Yes, we did receive that comment this morning, and just for the benefit of those who may have not seen it, the indication was, or the situation was, where you have a commercial property that has a through lot, so it has two street frontages. Actually, in this case, it might have three. And so as we had proposed the ordinance for the mixed use allowance in the commercial C1 and CN zones, there would have to be commercial on the street frontage, which could be interpreted to mean all street frontages, which would not facilitate the type of project that was envisioned for that site, where you had commercial along the primary street and then residential behind, fronting the parallel street. So we do have suggested modification that would facilitate that type of situation, which would be to clarify that the commercial non-residential requirement along the street frontage would be the primary street frontage. So it would give flexibility for where you have a through lot or corner lot or other situations.
Great. And the other thing I wanted to say was we had a letter, a public comment letter, that talked about how difficult it is to conceive of these new open space guidelines. And I just wanted to thank Chair Nelson for really driving this home at the last meeting and unpacking it, because it is very difficult. And so and you did it. So we're all benefiting, and my district in particular. So thank you.
Broken clocks right twice a day. Yeah, going on back to, if I could, before I go to Supervisor Lavanino, yeah, it's really important, I think, that we have that primary street issue. That's Los Alamos. That's going to be definitely an issue. We have a lot of lots that have three street frontage. I mean, obviously, Bell Street would probably be the primary road that we'd be looking at, and the intention in Los Alamos. So I see that this comment letter was specifically to Summerlin, but I guess that's one of our communities that have that issue. So I would be supporting an amendment to reflect that in any motion that we end up making. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't want to disregard what we're doing today, but what I'm really interested in is phase 3 and the ministerial approach to a lot of these permits. And I think this is, today and phase 3 are really what this board has kind of pushed for, and I really appreciate the reception that's coming from your department. Just kind of, I was trying to get a feel for what is the timeline for phase 3 and when would we see that?
Mr. Chair, we intend to come back for a briefing spring? Later. Yeah, March, April.
Okay.
And then we intend to come back to you before the end of the year for the adoption package.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. Supervisor Lee.
Can you talk about your outreach to the cities and unincorporated communities about this plan? Or have you any outreach?
Supervisor Lee, through the chair. Besides our standard noticing, there wasn't any specific separate outreach that was done to the cities or other jurisdictions.
Okay. How about for phase 3? Do you plan on doing that?
Supervisor Lee, through the chair. Traditionally, when we're changing our own codes about, process and whatnot, we would not reach out to the other jurisdictions because they technically wouldn't have a lot to say about how we process our permits and what kind of permit we have. But if you're interested in having us do some outreach, we can certainly reach out to the planning directors from those communities and let them know what we're doing in terms of our streamlining efforts.
I would appreciate that. Last night, I forwarded
Yeah.
this to Nick Barbara from the City of Carpenter, and in this brief time with this document, he has many comments and concerns. So that'll be very helpful if you reach out to a lot of different cities to get their input, because it impacts them as well. So thank you. So a follow-up question. So how does this affect the look and feel of rural areas like Carp Valley and Cuyama? From a regular person's standpoint, what can a resident expect from this?
Supervisor Lee through the chair, and I think what you're talking about is the changes that we're making with respect to the commercial and residential zones. So the changes that have been included in this package are a follow-up to our housing element. And our housing element committed the county to addressing the sort of out-of-date code requirements that we had, the more suburban code requirements. And there was a need to ensure that our codes would be modernized to allow for the residential densities that were approved by the Board of Supervisors. So that's what this package looks like. What it does mean is that there are changes in terms of height requirements. There are different height requirements now for the higher densities. The lower densities, the height would remain the same. There are changes in how we look at open space, but we don't think the way we've structured it, it's not to eliminate usable open space and landscaping, but what it is meant to do is to strike a balance so that we can have habitat protection, we can have landscaping, and we can have common open space and some private open space. So I don't think that's going to be a dramatic change necessarily for the communities that are seeing some of these rezones. And those are kind of the key issues that we tried to tackle. And Mr. Tuttle, if you have any other things you'd like to add. Oh, and then we had, for the higher densities, we did adjust the setback requirement so that they could come a little bit closer to the street. So the proposed setback is 10 feet.
Okay. So going back on the input from the cities and other communities, that'll be important into knowing what they support and what they don't. So with that, so have you discussed with the city of Santa Barbara about the ADU program, about any ministerial development? Because the county is sandwiched between two higher fire danger zones in the area. And if we allow more ADUs, that could put lives at risk with evacuation and fire danger. So is that something that we considered when we do ADUs in higher fire danger zones? Specifically in the Mission Canyon area.
Yeah. So Supervisor Lee through the chair. So the ADU changes came in another package. So it's not part of this package today other than making them, having a coastal development permit that is ministerial because we're required by law to make them ministerial. But what I will tell you is that the fire department is involved in the review of ADUs. And they are all also subject to objective standards and requirements. And if there are public health and safety issues, we can address them. And is there anything else you would want to add, Mr. Tuttle?
Supervisor Lee through the chair. Yeah, I would just note that with regard to ADUs, the location as to where they're allowed and how many are allowed. And that's not part of the current package before you today. And like the city of Santa Barbara, and consistent with state law, ADUs are permitted in all residential and multifamily and commercial zones that allow for mixed-use development. So that is how, when the ADU provisions were brought to the board a year and a half ago, and with the original adoption back in 2020 or so, how it is structured in terms of where ADUs are permitted.
And I think what Supervisor Lee is referring to is the city of Santa Barbara took the Riviera and essentially created an area that they designated where no ADUs were permitted. And they took that step, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago. Yeah, and so the county has not taken that step. The county has essentially been following what the state law requires us to do. Is certainly, if the board is interested in something like that, the board could give us direction, and we could look at that in our upcoming work program that will be before the board for the next fiscal year. So that's really a call by the Board of Supervisors.
Good. I just want to say that it's important. In my district, it encompasses a lot of high fire danger zones, not just in Santa Barbara, but Summerlin, Montecito, Carpinteria. And we have to be consistent in the policies and making sure that we do build in a consistent way to prevent lives from being lost.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Lee. Supervisor Capps, do you have any questions for staff?
Yeah, real quick. I'm looking forward to phase 3. I'm much more focused on the consumer, how people experience the streamlining. I appreciate all the work that goes into the sort of behind the scenes, and I know that's extremely important. But I just encourage the use of AI. I know that's coming later. I have some concerns about why that wouldn't be simultaneous with this work. So I've flagged that for you, Director Plowman, but I just want to put a pin in that because I think that we are missing the boat if we're not incorporating, again, the tremendous power of AI to make things much faster for people so that they know when they go into the process how long this will take, what to expect, and I think we will make our constituents much happier if we can provide that kind of information.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you, Supervisor Capps. Supervisor Hartman.
You were talking about outreach in response to Supervisor Lee's question. Could you talk about developer outreach?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So we do have a standing building industry advisory committee or group that we meet with every couple months, comprised of primarily land use agents who work with applicants and developers. And we've discussed these streamlining elements with them through those meetings and gotten some feedback that we've incorporated. And, Eva Turnchuk, you mentioned she's involved in those. And so that's been helpful. And a lot of the outreach also has sort of happened organically through project review. As we work with individual developers and applicants in their particular applications. With each one, we learn something new in terms of what's working, what's not working, what are the barriers to development. And so we've used sort of that vast knowledge that is gained through those experiences to draw from in terms of crafting these ordinance amendments.
And to add to that, Supervisor Hartman through the chair, Travis Seawards, who's our Deputy in Development Review, has a team of applicants that he meets with on a regular basis because the housing laws have gotten so complicated. And so the developers come to this meeting, they're all in the meeting, and staff has discussions with them about what the requirements are. They provide feedback, and so we get information from that process as well. And that's a new thing the department's been doing.
Yeah, that sounds terrific. Have they been enthusiastic about these changes?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair, I think they're very supportive of the changes that we're making in an effort to modernize our codes. They have lagged behind. A lot of them are from the 1980s. So yes.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Lee.
So I see this helps the developers a lot. So how does this help the homeowner and local business owners? Does it make it easier for them to fix a sink, remodel a bathroom, replace a garage door?
Right.
Does your package?
Supervisor Lee through the chair. So we made a number of changes, as we talked about, to the commercial zones to make things a little more flexible for the business owners to be able to do things like if they wanted to do a mixed-use project or that type of thing. Also, like the substantial conformity changes, those allow for commercial and residential projects to make small changes without having to get an appealable permit, So we are making those changes. I think the things you're looking for are going to lie more in phase 3. which we're excited to bring back. But I do want to take a minute to emphasize that in our building division, we have created these on-demand permits, and these are for the smaller people, like who are doing re-roofs or water heaters or electrical panel changes or those type of things. The solar, they're all on-demand permits now. So you submit your application. If the computer reads that you have submitted everything, your permit is printed out by your contractor, and all the county interaction is our inspections. So that's, I think, a big change, and I think we've permitted, I think, around 3,500 projects through that process.
Thank you, Director Plowman. And I think what you're looking for, again, Supervisor Lee, is in the substantial conformity changes here. I think that's where we're going to see that opportunity with the changes that we're making here today. I do want to piggyback a little bit on Supervisor Lee's concerns about ADUs in high fire zones, because I think it's not so much that's what we're talking about here, but what we are doing is streamlining things and making it easier to get through a process that includes ADUs. And it seems like in these high fire zones, when you get that density, it's not necessarily time and place to have that level of streamlining or making it easier. We want to make sure there's actually a little bit more scrutiny on the high fire zones. And, I think it puts a lot of burden on the fire department to have to make some calls on that might be able to be resolved in the future through some planning changes, just to make it, really clear that those areas are going to be areas that, are going to be looked at a little bit more strictly. I know there's some people out there that have wanted to do certain things in some of these areas, and it raises the level of review in some ways, but in some, we're having to kind of piece together a bunch of different ways of doing that. And maybe if we're upfront in the code and actually saying, hey, in a high fire zone, all these streamlining processes aren't necessarily there. It's not prohibited in these areas like they're maybe doing in Santa Barbara and the Riviera, because you don't want to necessarily do a blanket prohibition in certain areas. But I do think it begs more scrutiny in those areas. And so help us, land that either with this package or with a future package that can kind of address that issue.
So Supervisor Nelson, we are currently in the process with the state reviewing our last ordinance package, and they're making a number of comments on it. So we are going to have to bring back a package to make some changes to meet more in compliance with the state requirements. But this is an issue we can bring up with HCD and talk to them about and see what we can do to ensure, because I don't think they have an interest in putting people in harm's way. So we'll engage HCD on that issue and see what we can get, and then also engage the fire marshal and talk to him about provisions that, or at least steps in the process that can be helpful to ensure safety.
Yeah, to see an inherent conflict here where, a homeowner, because they can't get ADU through because of the fire department, that they're blaming the fire department. Somehow the fire marshal is, discriminating against my project. And I think that it's a broader issue, and it shouldn't be, they do great work, and they're not shy about engaging on projects, but at the same time, I think it may help back them up a little bit by realizing that there are some findings that we might need to be making at the county level, the planning level and land use side that might impact your permit. Maybe up front they understand that a little bit better by us having some of that language in place. I think that wraps up questions and comments from board members at this time. I believe Elise have one request to speak.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have one request to speak from the public on Zoom, and we're going to Mary Ellen Brooks. Mary Ellen?
Former Planning Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, good morning. Yes, good morning. I am here this morning, Mary Ellen Brooks. I live in Lompoc. I am the president of Citizens Planning Association. My comments are going to be very, very general. Citizens Planning Association has spent the last 66 years being very focused and protective of, let's say, policies and processes as they exist. We have not had the time nor the resources to go through your document today. You know, it's very involved. So I'm going to make my comments very general. CPA has some concerns about streamlining. We do support full transparency and ample opportunity for public participation. So, you know, when we look through the documents and can see, okay, you know, I can see language being changed, everything. We want things to be a little bit more direct, but we don't want streamlining to become something that will decrease public participation. In some cases, some of the things I'm hearing about this morning, I'm wondering, are we putting too much power on for the zoning officer? We have dealt with different projects when we've had these over-the-counter decisions made, and you know, it ends up, you know, being a very involved process, and you know, the public hadn't really been in. What I can think of is the Sentinel Oil project. You know, that was a very huge decision that was on the shoulders of one staff member. And again, it, you know, went to appeal. And we feel at this point, I don't know if it was ever resolved, but you know, for something that huge that would have impacted a neighborhood, a whole area, and you know, we just don't want the streamlining to, again, keep the public from being able to make adequate public comment. We did read the letter by Linda Honigman. I believe you've all received that. Her concerns are very focused on the Goleta, Nolita area and all the development that's coming down the pike there. And we do support, you know, many of the suggestions that she made. I'm interested in Supervisor Lee's comment about what was the public outreach, you know, as this process is developing. I feel that we could probably use a lot more public outreach on some of the changes that are being made. And again, when we're streamlining, I just want to make sure that we are not eliminating, you know, possibilities for public input. That's what CPA is all about. Okay, thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Back to the board. Any other additional questions or comments? Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I had a comment. This has been a huge, huge undertaking. I'm not sure that we all appreciate everything that's gone into this, but it's been at least 4 years that we've wanted to simplify and make it more user-friendly. And I remember at the last meeting, there was a comment about, gee, Ventura, we should do it like they do. Well, I think Ventura is asking us how we've gotten so far and looking to us for some advice about how they're going to go about this. So I tend to think our P&D staff, because it's so controversial, they tend to be the most understated in their presentations. But I think that they really deserve a lot of credit and a lot of praise for taking on this really difficult drudgery kind of work, going through this code and trying to reconcile things. You can get lost in there with all the cross-references and tearing your hair out trying to figure out what that means. And so this is such critical work to make it more that the agents, that the public, that people can understand and know ahead of time. So it's what this board has been asking for. And yes, we have one more phase, but I think we should just take a breath and celebrate and appreciate what's come to this point, because I think it's tremendous.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Lee?
So, great job. I'm late to the game, so all this is newer to me. I do support most of this package, but I just want you to concentrate on the height limits in those ADUs in very high fire danger zones. Those are very serious in my district. So, going back to the MPC, the Montecito Plan Commission, I do support carving out specific policies for different communities because Orchid is different from Montecito, right? Los Alamos is different from Carpinteria. We want to keep that unique character, charm to each of the communities. So let's work with CARP, let's work with Montecito, let's work with all the agencies to make sure that we're able to keep that unique character of each community the best we can and not just turn us into Gurita. I said it, but so to me, that's my comments. Looking forward to the next phase and your plan to help outreach to the communities. Thank you.
Can we bring up the slide?
Yeah, so this is a slide for the Montecito Planning Commission. So I heard from Supervisor Lee that he's interested in moving that forward in the Montecito section. I personally would rather that just be in Montecito. I don't, it was only recommended by them. It wasn't recommended by the whole Planning Commission. So I would be in favor of supporting Supervisor Lee's request to accommodate that area there. It is a distinct code. It is going to have a little bit of differences. I'm there. I know Supervisor Lee's there. I don't know if there's a third vote for that. Maybe not. So
I don't mind what you do in Montecito, Roy. Do whatever you want.
Well, what happens in Montecito stays in Montecito.
If we have different codes, I mean, I understand why our planning commission wants to keep it homogeneous and everything, but if this is like a major deal for you, I can support it.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I can't. Having served on the County Planning Commission and understanding how difficult it is for staff already to deal with two planning commissions and different standards, yes, that's why we have community plans, is because we do have, and we want to respect the difference in communities. But I don't think we should carve out a lot of unique things for Montecito only. And I think we're trying to get more general concepts that then can be interpreted in light of the vision expressed in the general plans, community plans. So if we're trying to be more efficient, more equitable, I don't think this is the way to do it.
So, Supervisor Lavanino?
We could always go back to one planning commission also.
We should.
That's another board item for another day. I think there is consensus to move forward with that piece. There was at least three of us that were looking forward to are voting to do that. We might be able to do it in two separate motions that give Supervisor Hartman an opportunity to approve the entire package. Right. Supervisor Hartman, I'm going to try to do it in two different pieces for you. And the reason I'm talking, Supervisor Capps has had to leave for a personal matter, so that's why I'm speaking about only the four of us up here at this time to reflect that. So some of those things could be done today. Some of those things probably need to be, like you said, on the time extensions, probably can't be done today, and maybe you guys will need to do that in some type of other package or amendments in the future.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, it might help if we can pull that back up just to provide a little context on their changes. So the first bullet, that's an easy one to do. That was something we had proposed to add in as a new exemption, class of exemptions in design review. For Montecito, if we just want to remove that addition and have Montecito separate from the rest of the ordinances, that's a very simple change. The two middle ones, I just wanted to provide just a little additional information for context. So the changes that were made with regard to time extensions were to make them very administrative, because historically time extensions have gone through a lot of process for what is most typically a very defined outcome of granting a time extension. So I don't foresee a situation where we'd be denying time extensions that would then warrant a need for those denials to be appealable to the Planning Commission or Board of Supervisors. We've structured it so that a project will have a longer approval life before it expires. So going from the current provisions of 1 to 2 years up to 4 years for most permits before a time extension would even be necessary. Additionally, for the larger projects that may involve a development plan or a CUP, as part of the approval process for those, a longer approval period can be granted by the decision makers to obviate the need for a future time extension if it's known that it could take quite some time for the project to kind of move through the process and pull building permits. So I don't anticipate a situation where this would even be an issue. Similarly, the additional time extension to be granted by the Planning Commission, the director already has the authority to grant a 2-year time extension on top of the 4-year shelf life of the permit. So that gets you to 6 years. Not a lot of projects would need more than 6 years, and if they thought they did, then that could be built in up front with the planning approval. So I think our recommendation for those middle two would be don't do them, and there wouldn't really be an impact to the Montecito. And then as far as the fourth bullet, again, that's a very straightforward change, just increasing from 1,000 square feet to 2,000. That would be under the purview of the director versus the planning commission. So up to your board on that particular one.
So if I'm hearing right, it's the code changes are 1 and 4 really, and it's more procedural in 2 and 3. I do want to, it seems that you're making time extensions automatic if you don't have an appeal process. If there's no circumstance where you would deny one, it seems to be just trying to understand that because and if you would deny one, it does sound like part of a due process or at least some opportunity for somebody to challenge that denial. So, and I'm not against denying them. There might be some circumstances may have changed over the 4-year period in that area, and there might be some reasons to deny a time extension that the planning director may realize that something changed in that 4 years where it doesn't make sense anymore, and that's why that you do have that discretion to deny something. And it does seem like that there should be a procedure at some point for somebody to appeal that denial. Maybe that's something to look at in the future. Maybe as we address that, but.
So Supervisor Nelson, the way it's currently structured, it would be a decision that would be made by the director, non-appealable, just to kind of keep things simple.
Sure.
You're right. It's possible there may be a point where there's a denial. If the board wanted to provide direction today to say, hey, keep those director decisions appealable, we can do that. Or we can look at that in the future if we think we're having difficulty with them. But typically we don't see, I haven't, since I've been here, see extensions that haven't been granted.
Understood. Yeah. And actually now you start to talk about it out loud. I don't want to see people appealing extensions either, right? That's the other side of that. That could get really messy.
Yeah.
Where a neighbor now gets another bite at the apple. So maybe I'm okay with tabling that discussion on the extensions because I think that could get really messy, not only in Montecito, but if that's something we're providing in Montecito, how that might impact the rest of the county.
Okay.
I think it's something we should talk about, but I just don't know if I'm ready to make a decision today on that piece of it.
You are ready?
I'm not ready to make a decision.
You want us to take that out?
The what's being proposed by Montecito.
Okay, great. So I think this is a good approach, is that we sort of split the baby. We take the things that are really Montecito specific,
right,
which are related to accessory structures and director review of development plans. Those are the things that the people in Montecito are going to be most concerned about. The process items, I think we should leave consistent across the codes.
And I think Supervisor Lee's okay with that right now. Okay. So.
Yeah. It's a good compromise.
Okay. All right. So we're going to land this. What we're going to do is make the, and I don't know if we need to have a separate motion for this or not, but we're going to do 1 and 4 Montecito. I think it was understood that we probably should take the modifications that were proposed by the Planning Commission, that final bullet item, a part of the action today. And then there's the additional piece of cleanup from Ms. Turnchuk on the multiple street frontages. And I think we were looking at putting a slide up on that potentially too, just so we can all understand what that new language would be. Mr. Singer, did you have something?
Chair Nelson, I have prepared that. I have not sent it over to the clerk of the board yet, but I can do that right now so that it can be brought up in just a minute.
Yeah, would you mind doing that just so we can get that forward so we can kind of wrap that up into a motion? Supervisor Lavigno, did you have any additional comments?
Yeah, I need to turn my mic off.
Okay. Granted.
And I'm willing to vote.
Okay. Thank you.
So it's covered up 2 and 3 out of the...
Yeah, we do. For the public's benefit, we're just going to bring up on the screen the changes that we might do here. Small one-word change, potentially.
Yeah, Chair Nelson,
Beautiful.
This is the change to the neighborhood commercial zone standard, just to add that primary in before street frontage. And then for the C1 zone, basically the exact same thing, add that word primary in right there. And then we are pulling up the section numbers for some of those Montecito changes so that we can cite those as part of the action.
Okay, so this is going to reflect in the C1 and the CN zoning at this point. What about C2? I know it was mentioned in here.
CMLA, just because you had brought that up, there are already standards in the CMLA zone about where the commercial within the Bell Street corridor needs to occur. So we don't feel like any changes for that are necessary.
Okay, thank you. And that's actually a question I had early on, is some of the changes we're making, are they superseding community plans, or are these fitting, if there's a conflict between a community plan and some of the changes that we made today in the code, which one takes?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, going through this process, we did not identify any conflicts.
Okay.
So, areas like Los Alamos Community Plan that has pretty prescriptive requirements for like the Bell Street corridor. The only change there that was proposed was with regard to the residential density.
Okay.
So the new change of going to 10 units an acre versus right now it's the 2 bedrooms per 1,000. That new change will supersede, but not really a conflict per se, just an amendment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tuttle. All right, so seeing the recommended changes under the CN and C1 zoning for primary, encompassing the Planning Commission's modifications, or one modification that they suggested, as well as the first and fourth modifications that we're going to, by the Montecito Planning Commission. I think that's the motion I'm looking for.
We're just working on getting the code sections for those first and fourth bullets from the Montecito Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Okay, so is it sufficient if just read it into the record? Section 35.472.070.c.2 lowercase a, that number 1 would be deleted. That language would be deleted from that code section. Their fourth bullet, section 35.472.080.b, uppercase b, point 3, lowercase a would be changed from 1,000 square feet to 2,000 square feet.
All right, thank you,
That would be the extent of the changes.
Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. So that'd be incorporated in the motion that we're looking for here.
So you're looking for a motion?
I am, yes.
All right. So I move to recommend approval of staff recommendation.
Along with the changes.
Along with the changes.
That have been suggested here. And Montecito, Turin-Chalk changes, and the General Planning Commission change. So there's those 3 different changes that we're looking for.
Yes.
So that's the motion, and that's understood by all the board members. I'm getting nodding heads. Can I get a second?
Hartman, a second.
Okay. Since Supervisor Capps has left, can we do a roll call, or can we do a voice vote now? Okay. So therefore, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. All right. So this is going to go ahead and take us to closed session. We will now recess to closed session. Will County Council please read the items for consideration today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. In closed session today, the board is scheduled to consider 2 items of existing litigation: Lazaro versus Santa Barbara County Sheriffs, which is a Santa Barbara County Superior Court case; Emerging Acquisitions LLC versus the county, which is a U.S. District Court Central District case. The board will also be sitting as the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Directors for County Flood Control and Water Conservation on existing litigation, Whiting versus the county. It's a Superior Court case. And we have anticipated litigation, deciding whether to initiate civil litigation, 2 cases. And the time estimate's about an hour.
About an hour. So that gets us back here about 1 o'clock. Yeah. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back. We are reconvening the meeting of January 27th, 2026. Will County Council please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on existing litigation, Lazaro versus the Santa Barbara County Sheriff, Emerging Acquisitions LLC versus the county, and sitting as jointly as the Board of Directors for Flood Control, Whiting versus the County of Santa Barbara. In closed session, the board also considered decisions to initiate litigation as to 2 cases. The board authorized County Council to initiate litigation as to 1 matter, the details of which will be disclosed once the action is formally commenced to any person upon inquiry. 3 supervisors voted in favor of initiating litigation. Supervisor Nelson abstained, and Supervisor Capps was absent.
All right, thank you. Brings us up to our 4th item, departmental item. Madam Clerk, will you please read departmental item number 4 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the first quarter update fiscal year 2025 through 2026 on cannabis taxation, permitting, and licensing.
And Ms. Beck, I believe you're up.
Okie dokie. Good afternoon, Chair Nelson and members of the board. I'm Carmela Beck, the Cannabis Program Manager, and I'll be presenting today's fiscal year 2025-26 first quarter cannabis taxation, permitting, and licensing report. I'll be touching on the following 3 topics, including tax receipts and compliance, land use permitting and business license activity, plus objectives for the upcoming quarters. The Treasurer Tax Collector Office collected approximately $1.7 million in cannabis gross tax receipts in quarter 1. Current Q1 collections were higher than last year's first quarter collections of $1.3 million. The fiscal year 2025-26 adopted budget is $5.1 million. The $1.7 million represents just over 33% of the total adopted budget. The Treasurer Tax Collector Office provided a breakdown of cannabis tax revenue collection by category, with the largest share of revenue from non-outdoor cultivation, which includes operations in buildings, greenhouses, and those who use artificial lighting. In Q1, non-outdoor cultivation generated approximately $794,000. Outdoor cultivation followed with approximately $500,000. And non-cultivation operators, which include nursery, distribution, manufacturing, and retail operations, generated almost $360,000. With regards to tax collection and reporting, in Q1, there were 47 cannabis businesses in operation. 40 out of 47 operators made timely payments and reported their gross receipts. The 7 remaining operators reported 0 gross receipts because they did not harvest in Q1. All 47 operations were accounted for, and there were no Q1 delinquent payments. Planning and Development is continuing with their land use permitting activities. Proposed ordinance amendments to reduce the acreage cap were effective as of September 26, 2025. The Carpinteria overlay allowed cultivation acreage cap reduced from 186 acres to 134 acres. There are presently 131.5 reserved acres and 2.5 acres available in the cap. The unincorporated area allowed cultivation acreage cap reduced from 1,575 acres to 1,417 acres. There are presently 1,018 reserved acres and 399 acres available in the cap. There is 1 cannabis project on appeal to the Board of Supervisors, which is the G&K Produce and K&G Flower Cannabis Processing Structure Design Review. In addition, there have been several actions taken on existing approved cannabis entitlements. As a reminder, the county approved 6 dispensary retail locations through a competitive application process. The Pharmacy Isla Vista, the Pharmacy Santa Ynez, and Dr. Green Thumbs in Orcutt are all in operation. The application for the Los Alamos dispensary is currently under planning and development review. The retail storefront is anticipated to open towards the end of 2027. The Eastern Goleta Valley applicant is awaiting issuance of their certificate of occupancy before they pursue local and state license applications. The retail storefront is anticipated to open Q4 of this year. The two top-ranked Toro Canyon Summerland Community Plan Area dispensary applicants have withdrawn from the retail application process. There are no further ranked applicants in the Toro Canyon Summerland Community Plan Area. Staff requests board direction regarding reopening the application process for this community plan area. Since the board's adoption of the odor abatement requirements in the Land Use Development Code, Article 2 of the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, and in Chapter 50, staff has identified 28 operators impacted by the newly adopted requirements to install multi-technology carbon filtration, otherwise known as MTCF, equipment or its equivalent by March 18, 2026. 10 out of the 28 impacted cannabis operators have already installed MTCF equipment that meets the requirements of the amended ordinances. 18 of the 28 operators need to install the MTCF equipment, and 11 out of the 18 operators submitted extension requests for MTCF equipment installation direct to planning and development by the December 18, 2025 deadline. Extension requests are currently being evaluated by planning and development staff. Planning and development director recommendations will be presented to the Board of Supervisors during the March 3rd, 2026 board hearing. The Cannabis Regulation and Licensing Team is continuing their work on the following 3 objectives for the upcoming quarters: proposing ordinance amendments to reorganize and simplify the issuance of administrative cannabis business licenses, consider reopening the retail application process for the Toro Canyon Summerland Community Plan Area, and monitoring and coordinating new odor abatement requirements pertaining to affidavits, extension, and installation deadlines, along with planning and development staff. Our recommended actions today are to receive an update on the fiscal year 2025-26 first quarter cannabis status report, provide direction on reopening the retail application process for the Toro Canyon Summerland Community Plan Area, and to make a CEQA determination. That concludes our presentation, and staff is available to answer questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beck. Supervisor Lee?
I think, so can you talk about the process for the cannabis on March 3rd meeting about, because a lot of the community is concerned and have questions about the process. If we do revoke, does it happen immediately, or is this a process that goes through for them to be revoked of the license?
So, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Lee, so on March 3rd, PND staff is going to bring forward an item that includes each of the time extension requests that we have received. And as you know, there is a March 18th deadline to install the multi-technology carbon filtration in all of the indoor processing and growing areas. And we have 8 operators that are going to be requesting extensions. And so we're currently reviewing those applications. We're formulating our recommendations. And the format is such that the Planning and Development Director is going to be making a recommendation to your board on each of those 8 time extension requests. And we do anticipate that we're going to get some questions on what happens next, and we're going to include some of that information in our board letter in an attempt to inform everyone ahead of the hearing.
Thank you.
If we can go to, I'll jump in. We can go to slide number 8 there for a moment. So I was just curious about the remaining unincorporated area where it has to do with multi-technology carbon filtration that's not installed. We have 3 that's not installed, 3 with OAP pending, and no extension requests there. Can you maybe tease that out a little bit? So they're anticipating installing?
I think the expectation is that they'll be ready for the deadline.
Okay.
No extension request was submitted, and their OAPs are still pending. So.
And just to add to that, we did coordinate both P&D and the CEO's office. We sent out numerous reminders of the deadline and the requirements to all operators, including those in the inland area, in an effort to make sure that everybody knew what the deadlines were, what the requirements were, and tried to give them as much time as possible to meet the requirements.
Could you enumerate or describe where those 3 locations are in the unincorporated area? Do you guys have that?
I'm not sure where the specific locations
Okay, maybe
are.
we can follow up after the fact. I believe there's one in Los Alamos is one of them that I'm thinking of, and I'm not sure where the other 2 are. So I'm just I'd like to talk to staff later on and just make sure I understand that.
And specifically, which locations don't have the required technology yet?
I guess I'm just curious on which is the 3 unincorporated that are not or that are in that covered here. So okay, I just need some clarity there. Other supervisors with questions? Supervisor Hartman?
Oh, well, I think we have to discuss retail in the Summerlin area and what direction we want to give.
So my thoughts is, give me some time for community outreach. I want to work with the SCA, have a community meet forum to talk about whether they support it or not, and then I'll report it back to the board whether I support it or don't.
I have a question on that too. So if let's say Supervisor Lee goes out and they decide it's not a location that they're interested in, which I can understand, and what would we have to do ordinance-wise to figure out if we wanted to cite another one? Have we done any staff time at all on looking at what a 4th location would be? Because I'm thinking like if we were going to have 4 locations and Summerlin is not going to be one of them, if that just happens to be, I don't know if there's another. We did it by. I'm trying to remember what the criteria was at the time.
6 locations.
There were 6.
Yeah.
Okay. So without Summerlin, that gives us 5.
So the Eastern Leda Valley is still pending? And
Okay.
Los
So I'm
Alamos is still
saying the
pending?
ones that are open.
Yeah.
We only have 3 open, right?
3 open.
Okay.
But 2 that are in process.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Nelson, Supervisor Lavanino, Brittany Oderman, Deputy CEO. So there were 6 established locations based on community plan areas. And so the Toro Summerlin Canyon area is challenged because of the restrictions, zoning restrictions, particularly around locations of schools and how many feet the retail location could be. And so many locations in the Summerlin area were off the table. And so if we haven't looked at exploring other areas, the board established those, said we could have 6 in those 6 community plan areas. What the ordinance says is once we go through this process and once a list is exhausted, we may reopen. We aren't obligated to reopen the process. And so if the board directs us to just, hold and let's just wait it out, and we still have 2 other locations that are in the process, Eastern Leda Valley and Los Alamos are both in the process and plan to open. We'll have a total of 5 retail locations at that time.
So those still plan on opening. I know Los Alamos was a struggle for a long time. I don't know if that's been resolved or not, but. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're still looking at 2027 for an opening. The Eastern Leda Valley location is actually, the building is there. They're awaiting their certificate of occupancy, and then they need to get their licensing from the state and from us for retail.
That one on Eastern Leda Valley, so where is that actually located?
It's right at Hollister, or Upper State and 154, where the 101, the 154, and State all come together. It's right in that area.
Okay.
Just north of the hotel there, the Hyatt that's there, and then it's up the street. Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
So I guess it was desire of the first district to table a decision on that at this time on what we do with it, and that there's nothing pressing for us to make a decision at this time. We can maybe address that on a future quarterly update.
And just to remind your board that the list for Toro Canyon Summerlin, that ranking list exhausts and expires on April 30th, 2026. So then it'll be expired. And I think we could, if you want amendments to Chapter 50, either to look at that side or others, just give us the direction. If you're not ready to make the direction to do that, it's fine.
Okay. All right, do we have any public comment on this item?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
All right, what else does staff need from the board?
I don't have any other requests at this time.
Okay.
Chair Nelson.
And not to minimize the importance of these cannabis updates, but I know that we've been doing them quarterly as partly as board direction. Things that we're starting to resolve some of this stuff. I don't know, is at some point, do we maybe start to put this on the A agenda moving forward? I know that maybe when we have to resolve the Summerlin thing, that might be something when we obviously have to deal with some of these extensions. That's definitely worthy of a departmental item, but would it be consistent to move future updates to the administrative agenda?
We would certainly think that's a great efficient use of your time, and any changes to Chapter 50, we'd have to come back to the board anyway as a hearing. I think your absent member is the one who wanted us to have these as discussion items, so staff could just check in. But if you give us a direction from this day forward unless we have big discussion items like the retail, we can certainly put them on the agenda.
Ms. Utterman?
Thank you, Chair Nelson. I just wanted to point out that Chapter 50 requires that we come to the board annually at a minimum.
Great.
So thank you.
And so just as chair, my preference would be to move them administrative agenda. Unless one of my colleagues asks me to bring it up as a departmental item, I'll be happy to do whatever one of my colleagues would like to have. But I think maybe it's default that we go towards administrative agenda unless it rises to reason to make a departmental agenda. And of course, every admin item can be pulled and talked about. So, okay. All right. Well, I need a motion to receive and file, and since we're not going to take any other direction, we don't need to do B at this point, but we also need to make sure it's not a project under CEQA. So A and C.
I'll move staff recommendation.
A and C. We're not going to do B today, so we're going to table B. And second by Lee. So a motion by Lavanino and a second by Lee. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. All right, moving right along. All right, Madam Clerk, will you please read departmental item number 3 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office as well as the General Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the conclusion of the Enterprise Pilot Program.
All right, Mr. Workington.
Good afternoon. I'm Gary Workington, Chief Administrative Officer at the Sheriff's Office, and I am here to brief you on the success of our 5-year Enterprise Fleet Management Program, pilot program. Back in 2021, we started this as a cost-saving initiative to see if we could save some money with about 100 vehicles in our services fleet. And after 5 years, I'm pleased to tell you that we have found a savings there. The weighted average cost per mile was 8.24% lower through Enterprise than it was through General Services for this vehicle set. And the average 60-month total operating cost for a single vehicle across the 9 classes that we chose were similarly lower, with an average savings of $7,265 per vehicle. We would like to have the board's permission to formally conclude this pilot program and to start using Enterprise as a regular contract going forward, as long as it's the most cost-effective option, and to approve the term extension for a total contract amount of the existing master lease agreement for Enterprise Fleet Management for a total contract amount of $6.9 million, which we have budgeted for. Do you have any questions?
All right, thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah. Does the Sheriff's Office use any EVs?
We have one right now that we're using. We had another one that was involved in an accident, and not our fault. Someone hit us. And we have identified 37 other services vehicles in our fleet that are potential candidates for converting over to EVs as the infrastructure for recharging them and that sort of a thing builds out.
So what do you need? What does the sheriff need for charging infrastructure, and are you working with General Services and our CSD department to get what you need?
We are. It's just taking a little bit of time. We've identified the needs, locations. I don't want to talk for General Services, but we're heading in the right direction. And like I say, it's one of those things that you can't flip the switch overnight.
Right. But the city of South Pasadena, they're using all EVs for both patrol and administrative functions. And so a lot of law enforcement is moving in that direction. So I'm glad to hear we're starting. I mean, is there any way to make any commitment in this contract with Enterprise?
No, I don't think we're going to make a commitment right now because we're still doing the research on that. If we do identify ones that need that we can replace with EVs, with Enterprise, it's a fairly quick, we tell them, okay, we'd like to swap this vehicle out, and they can make that happen just like another vehicle.
Can you make a commitment to do a pilot study and compare?
What would you see as a pilot study? What would that look like to you? A report or actually getting the vehicles and looking at them?
Getting a number of vehicles for certain purposes and looking at what it costs you to maintain them, to charge them, what the officer satisfaction is in using them?
Well, we are looking at heading in that direction, but I'm not ready to make a commitment on that right now.
Yeah, we've been asking for 4 or 5 years, and I'm glad you've got one, but I think that's moving kind of slowly. So I'd really like to see more.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Lee?
So are your deputies open to EVs, or is it something that they resist or support?
I don't want to speak for all the deputies right now. Like I say, it was something that we are exploring right now. There's feelings on all sides right now.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I guess my question is actually for General Services on what does this look like and the information that we're getting from this on what the entirety of the organization moving forward, and first of all, Enterprise is not the only company that goes out there and does this. So I know that we've developed a relationship here, but if we decide to move forward in the future, I look forward to a robust RFQ or a process that we might look at to make sure that we find the best deal possible. Mm-hmm. I'm involved in a lot of fleet management when it comes to vehicles. I'm on the board of directors of CalVans, which is the largest rideshare van pool program in the nation, and we're looking at these numbers too to decide, does it make sense for us to own these things, or does it make sense for us to lease them? And it's becoming more and more apparent to me that we should let the people who are pros at this kind of run these things, and then they can swap them out as things change, and they can sometimes actually replace vehicles quicker because they know what the market is, and they hit it at the right time. They can trade them out, sooner. Meanwhile, the county will sometimes, we'll run a vehicle till it pukes, and that sometimes works on the farm. But running an organization as big as ours and as complex as ours, we need to be doing what some of the big corporations I think are doing, because it's, I think, the most efficient use of capital for the resources that we have. So I guess my question for either Kirk or Ted or who else you guys have, anything that you guys are deriving from this that might educate us in the future as maybe cost-saving initiatives as we head into a time in the next few years where we're looking to save costs. Not to put anybody's, I know we do have a fleet services, and that could be some challenges there with our staffing, but I think there might be some ways to us to right-size it to the future.
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson, thank you for the question. This has been a collaborative effort with the General Services and the Sheriff's Office, and we appreciate them bringing this to our attention and for the duration of the pilot, working hand in hand. And as the Sheriff's Office just reported, the pilot's been a success. But I just want to emphasize that it's for these class of vehicles. It's not a one-size-fits-all for all vehicles, for all uses. Different vehicles have different missions. And so, the sheriff has not used Enterprise for their patrol vehicles, used it for their admin vehicles. And for these 118 vehicles, it has proved out to be a savings. That being said, in looking at the larger data set, there's not savings at every vehicle class. So I think this has been a good learning curve for General Services and Fleet in seeing where sometimes a lease does bring savings or value to the county and where it doesn't make sense. And so I guess I would just say that we will certainly take that direction and continue this exercise and be open to what vehicles make sense to own, what vehicles make sense to lease through a national company such as this. But it's, I guess my simple answer is that it's not a one-size-fit-all, and so they really have to be analyzed on a kind of mission-by-mission or vehicle-by-vehicle basis.
So what are we going to do from this? I mean, I guess that's the next action. So what does that look like for us as an organization? So if we approve the recommended actions today, we're going to say, thumbs up, this worked out well. We're going to extend the master lease for the Sheriff's Department, but are we just going to put that on the shelf for the rest of the organization, or will we be, anticipating in future budgets looking at, bringing on a few other classes of vehicles? Are we looking to, in the future, now moving forward through all departments, that every cargo van full size that we start pulling in? I mean, we save $17,000 a vehicle there. That seems to be, high yielding, and maybe pickup size, mid-size pickups that are 4x2s. I mean, right there's some good numbers on there. I don't know what made those ones work.
Exactly, and excuse me, I speak out of turn, but that's exactly it. Is picking the vehicles that make sense and working with departments to bring the horse to the water, if you will, on where there's more meat on the bones. And so I'll say we're in. This is the first department to pilot the enterprise fleet management system, or any lease for that matter. And we're having preliminary discussions with other departments who are interested. The one thing we just want to caution, and it's in the slide deck, but just that there is a staffing component that's required for the department to manage these contracts. I mean, it's not just signing a contract and it runs itself. So we're making sure that departments are aware of that human capital need. But otherwise, certainly this is not sitting on a shelf and something that we're not continuing to learn from. And there's other departments that we're in preliminary discussion with. I mean, I can just add one other thing. There is the ultimate risk is that the fleet division is a ISF, right? And so if more and more departments were to pull out of paying into the ISF, it would become more expensive for those who are still using the county's vehicles. So that's another consideration. But
is there an opportunity, though, for this to operate within the ISF so that we actually bring down the cost in the ISF across the organizations, instead of relying on certain departments to choose to have an agreement with that? Maybe have a certain class of vehicles that we see bigger savings on within the ISF, which would bring our per mile number down and hopefully help the whole entire organization. So maybe that could be something that General Services explores. I mean, again, there's some low-hanging fruit here. Minivans also, we saved a lot on those as well. Maybe we can start to incorporate, a small amount where we see the greatest amount of savings. I think every department would be welcomed to bring down some of our ISFs. I know they continue to be a challenge. So, that might be something we can do within that, instead of trying to ask departments whether they want to participate. Maybe fold that into the fleet division. It's just a suggestion. Be interested in you guys pursuing that and talking to the board about that in the future.
Thank you. Yeah, taken.
All right, Supervisor Lavignon and then Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I got to hear this at the DAC, and I just applaud everybody that's associated with this. I think it worked out really well. Question about how many patrol vehicles do we have? Kind of give or take. I mean, is it hundreds or?
About 56.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So half of what we have kind of in this program. Yeah. And those were not, did we look at sending those into this program, or?
We didn't want to include that in part of this pilot program for a couple of reasons. And the primary reason is we wanted to make sure what we were looking at before we brought that out to an emergency response fleet.
But now, after you've seen the success of it, is it something you're giving second thought to?
It's something worth discussing. I have to talk to the operators, actually, because I am not a Leo. So I don't want to overstate or overlook any important considerations there.
Okay. Then I'm just curious, I'd like to get kind of General Services take on how they feel, how successful this has been, and how it's affecting your department as well. Because there is something about taking away, as you said, taking away a couple pieces of the pie. Is it freeing people up to do other?
The impact of, Chair Nelson, members of the board, the impact was a 0.7 FTE, but with the current workload, we were able to keep that FTE busy. Not much of an impact with the vehicles to our department. The biggest would have been to our administrative overhead costs, which is divided out amongst the number of vehicles in the fleet. So if you're not charging them to this sector, the others go up. At the beginning of the program, it was about $19 per vehicle.
So how does 118 vehicles translate to 0.7? And that guy's got to be busy. 0.7
It was like
employee.
118 initially. We calculated it out.
So what I'm curious is, how did we get rid of 118 vehicles and the maintenance associated with that, and it didn't even translate to one FTE?
The ratio of vehicles to an FTE is what it calculates into. We look at how many mechanics we have. So currently our fleet's almost 1,500 vehicles, and we have 17 mechanics.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So they are busy.
They are very, very busy.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
I was wondering, maybe I missed it. Did you answer Chair Nelson's question about RFQ or other companies, or why we are going with Enterprise?
They were solicited through sheriff.
So how do we know we're getting the best deal, I guess is my question.
Well, I'll tell you what, this happened well before I got here, but from what I understand in the history of it, there was an RFQ that went out and Enterprise won the bid as the county's choice. Yeah.
So how long would this agreement go? Remind me?
Another 5 years.
Another 5 years. Yeah. I mean, Enterprise does have EVs with public agencies. And I think selecting a small number of EVs for support or low-duty roles, initially track range performance, charging patterns, unit availability, maintenance and fuel costs, officer satisfaction, and compare that with traditional. I mean, we just had our climate action plan, and I don't think the sheriff's office is pulling their weight in terms of fleet. I think you could do more work with Enterprise, and I would strongly encourage you to do that.
Well, thank you. We are looking into it, yes.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. What authority does the board have here?
Supervisors, you're approving the contract, as you do with all contracts. You're approving the contract and the existing master lease and extending that with Enterprise.
So if it doesn't have provisions that I'd like to see, then I'm perfectly capable of voting no on the contract.
Supervisor, without letting you know.
I sense your frustration, right? So, but I think this is a great program, but I'm curious about the hesitancy on just trying a few vehicles, just to kind of give us a baseline of maybe if you came back and said, hey, our officers hate them, here's the 5 reasons why, and I'm just curious, why do we not have the authority? Do you not have the authority? Or what's stopping us from saying, hey, let's out of these 118, let's get 4 or 5 of them, or 3 or 4 of them, just so we can get a baseline. Because in 5 years from now, if we don't do anything today, we're going to go do this. In 5 years from now, you're going to come back and say, okay, well, we're going to do a pilot program, and then we're 5 years behind the curve. So I'm curious what the hesitancy is to move forward, to kind of jump into that.
Well, like I say, we've actually started the research into that. We've identified the ones. I've actually gotten some information from Enterprise on comparing cost per miles and overall lifetime costs for certain vehicles. Some of them make sense from a economic sense aspect to go EV, some don't. But we are still researching those and seeing how they would fit into our fleet. And like I say, I see it happening in the future. I can't give you a timeline on it right now, and I can't give you an exact vehicle type that it's going to be for.
Okay. Well, I would say I would be cool with moving this forward, but I'd want to hear something back within a year or 6 months to a year of what does Enterprise come back and tell you, and what can we do to kind of supercharge this a little bit.
Supervisor, how about if you give me the opportunity, I could try to work with the Sheriff's Department, either have this, is it a slide maybe in their budget presentation this next year, if they've been able to, if they can do it that quickly. If they can't, they'll let us know, give us an update, and we'll get that back. I'd be willing to help facilitate that between the Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, I'm looking for something that's a commitment and not just lackadaisical, and let us know what we can expect.
That's fair enough, yeah. Yeah. This is Tiffany. She's our fleet manager. She's the expert.
Welcome, Tiffany.
Hi, thank you. So we have identified, I've been tracking this for quite some time. So I've been the sole person managing the enterprise program for 5 years, and we have been tracking it very closely on what vehicles would be a good option for electric vehicles. And I have identified 37 vehicles that I am very confident would be a good match for EVs. And as soon as they're due to be replaced, my expectation is that they will at least consider an electric vehicle or share with me why they are unable to. Some of the times it's because they might have a law enforcement radio installed, lights, sirens, which may drain the battery, shorten the life. We're still doing that type of research to figure those things out. But we're looking at the infrastructure. We've been working with Eric Barker from General Services to track down like locations where they're going to put the charging so that we make sure once we deploy them that charging is available. We've discussed fast charging because if we're going to start considering detective positions, law enforcement, because even though they're not wearing a uniform, they still need to respond out in an emergency capacity, and so they can't charge their vehicle for a few hours. So we've been checking in with Eric to see if we can get fast chargers installed, and so we're definitely considering it. This is definitely not pushed to the side. It's just we have so many more questions. I just found out that our fuel provider, WEX, they have enabled charging through their platform, which will have one platform that does charging as well as gas. So super simple for us to manage through one platform. By myself, I'm able to manage all of this because Enterprise has made it so simple. So I do feel confident that moving forward, we will have electric. We have 2 electric vehicles in service currently.
One was in an accident.
Yeah, one was in an accident. And the other one we're following very closely to see if she's having trouble with charging. And she's going between the North and the South counties. So long range, we can see how that's working out. And I am monitoring it very closely, and I do intend to move more vehicles that direction.
Well, that is great news, and thank you. I didn't pick that up from what was said earlier. So, following up on Chair Nelson's, can you report back or give us any sense of progress or how it's happening? I mean, we didn't know until you got up there and told us, and we'd like to learn what you're learning from your research, which is very important. I hope you're looking at what other law enforcement agencies in California and throughout the country are doing. So when can we learn more?
I would be happy to report back as soon as you felt comfortable. We do need to put more vehicles in service. So we don't just switch out vehicles randomly. They're set on a cycle. So those vehicles, I have them on my spreadsheet highlighted green because I'm hoping to move them that direction. And we're currently in the process of switching out our first batch of cars that were the Special Enforcement Bureau vehicles, detectives. And so those ones are probably not the best fit for starting with. And they were the ones that were delivered year 1. So they're currently year 3 and they're being replaced. The others came along a little bit further down the road. And so they should be coming up in the next year or 2. So I would say within a year, we can report back on the infrastructure and those types of questions. And then we should have a few deployed at that point. I'd be able to report back as often as you felt comfortable.
Sia Miyasada.
So thank you for that. I appreciate it. You did a great job at the DAC too. So, so it's the willingness of the department, but it's also the infrastructure. And General Services has confirmed that the sheriff's location is one of the locations they would be putting the chargers, but that's like a year and a half out. So just to give some time and framework. And then what are the legal parameters? County Council is looking at the lease, that if something doesn't happen, what's the board's authority regarding the lease?
I guess my only question is then the lease with Enterprise for 5 years, and we're going to learn more in a year or 2. Do you have the flexibility under that lease then to go into electric for the functions where it's appropriate?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any public comments on this item?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
All right, so we have looking for a motion on the recommended actions. I think there's direction from the board that report back in sometime in the next year on progress towards this. So we can work on establishing that, and hopefully sooner. I think is what the desire of the board is, to hear back sooner the progress that's being made, and it sounds like quite a bit of progress is being made. So, CEO Miyasato, is that accurate?
We could do that. I just wanted to clarify, we do not believe that the contract has a typical termination that we typically do, so this would be a 5-year extension.
Okay. I'm comfortable with it for myself, but if somebody could make a motion on this to adopt staff recommendations 1A through C and 2 and D. Sorry, A through D.
I would like to do that, but I think we forgot one thing. We have to thank CEO Miyasato, because this was part of Renew 22, actually, where people thought a department figured out a different way to do something.
Excellent.
That wasn't going to take any more employees, but that was going to kind of think outside the box. And I appreciate that the Sheriff's Department highlighted that in their presentation, at least in their board letter that I read. And so I think, Mona, this is one that actually landed back with you.
I think it was Under Sheriff Saul Lindbergh that was pushing this through at that time as well. So,
but I will make that motion that you.
All right. So, motion by Supervisor Lavanino through items A through D, and get a second from.
I'll second.
With the direction to come back within the next year, and a second from Supervisor Hartman. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. All right. All right, we are now adjourned till Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026 in Santa Barbara. Thank you.